Good evening, everyone. For the record, we are convening the August 18th, 2022 regular City Council meeting at 6:30 p.m. Council, when I call your name, please say here or present. Mayor Maxton,
Here.
Councilmember Stroop,
Here.
Councilmember Elizondo,
Here.
Councilmember Bliss,
Here.
Councilmember Kerner,
Here.
Councilmember Parker,
Here.
and Councilmember Menchow.
Present.
With 7 council members present, a quorum of City Council is declared.
Thank you, Amanda. And would everybody please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And thank you. Just a reminder to everyone here tonight, and for those that have joined us, we are live streaming tonight's meeting. I'd like to thank everybody for attending, whether you're here in person or on live stream. For those that are here with us, if you get an opportunity to speak as part of the council meeting, I'd ask that everybody please hold your comments and speak from the mic. Those that are live streaming can't hear you unless you do speak from the mic. And for those that do get the opportunity to speak tonight, I'd ask that first you state your name, and if you're one of our city staff, what section you represent, or if a resident, then state if you're a Fair Oaks Ranch resident or if you're not. And with that, we'll move on with the meeting. First tonight is citizens to be heard. We have 3 individuals that signed up tonight. And first is Julie Lovelace.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
Do I need to, okay, I wasn't sure. My husband, much more comfortable on this side of the podium than I am. I know you hear from him on occasion. Okay, forgive me if I'm a little nervous. I'm passionate about this, and like I said, I don't speak in public very often. My name is Julie Lovelace. I live at 7545 Sweetwind Circle, and I thank you for the opportunity to be heard tonight. I'm in a unique position. I'm an employee here at the city, but I'm also blessed to be able to call Fair Oaks Ranch my home. So yes, I do work here, but I'm also a constituent, a taxpayer, a utility customer, and a voter. Since we will be discussing the budget for the next fiscal year tonight, I want to briefly talk to you about the topic of the second cost of living adjustment. At this point, I would like to say that I am removing myself from consideration. I will not take any COLA that may or may not be decided on tonight. I am advocating here tonight as a concerned citizen. I do not seek to gain any financial advantage by speaking out. The tendency might be for someone to hear a 3.2% COLA and immediately do the math on the highest wage earners in the city. This is understandable. However, the majority of the employees at this city do not fall into that wage earner category. Let's talk about their numbers for a moment. Using publicly available records and by applying a little math, I came up with the following. The average maintenance worker, utility worker, office clerk received an additional $30 to $35 on their paycheck after the last 3.2% COLA. The average patrol officer did a little bit better with $48 to $50 per paycheck. These are the employees who mow the right-of-ways, who seal the cracks in our roads, who fix water pipes, keep our toilets flushing, answer the city phones, and patrol our streets to keep them safer. If the idea of increasing pay for the top-tier employees in the city is keeping you from supporting an additional COLA, then I ask you to consider offering it to only a portion of the workforce. Please do not do, as the saying goes, throw the baby out with the bathwater. An additional $30 to $50 to individuals who are trying to support young families in these trying economic times could mean the ability for them to afford necessities like food, gas, rent. Some might contend that employees are free to find employment elsewhere if they don't like it here, and that's very true. But also consider that the increased costs to the city are in recruitment, onboarding, training, overtime pay, as well as the significant cost of lost organizational knowledge, plus the inevitable decrease in quantity and quality of services that will come when positions are vacated. Life is all about choices and priorities. I believe that before making a choice, it is best to have as much information as possible from all sides of the debate. I sincerely thank you for your time.
Thank you, Julie. It was a good message. And you said you were nervous, but you didn't appear nervous at all.
Thank you.
The next individual that signed up is Nolan King. How are you tonight, sir?
Fine, thanks. My name is Nolan Keene. I live at 29370 Dewberry Ridge. I've been a resident here in Fair Oaks Ranch for almost 19 years, I guess. And I was out on a bicycle ride yesterday, and I guess as I progressed in the ride, I kind of mulled over some of the hot button items that I've been stewing about, one of which was the quality or lack of the street topping that we had on Dewberry Ridge and also Summit Ridge. And I want to thank City Manager Maples, by the way, of seeing me yesterday, totally unannounced, and we had a nice discussion, and he told me that I wasn't the first one that had mentioned that, and of course I think there's a plan in action to look into that. But before I left the neighborhood, I noticed there was a lot of glass on the street, and this rears its ugly head every once in a while, and you may not see it from the perspective of an automobile or a city pickup, driving through, but a lot of little, and it comes from wherever the trash barrels are picked up, and I know it comes from the compressing of the glass, whatever there is. And I talked to this a couple of years ago. I talked to one of the drivers, and he admitted that that's where it's happening. But as I progressed through my ride, I mean, I saw it on Dewberry Ridge, I saw it on Summit Ridge, I saw it on Mellow Wind, and as I worked my way closer to City Hall, I thought, well, darn it, I'm going to stop in and see if I can get an audience here. But Tobin was very gracious, and we did have a nice discussion. And it's, when you're on a bicycle, you're going with the warp speed that we typically go at. It's tough when you see this glass at the last second, and you just hope, because the tires have 100 psi pressure, and it can glass can cut it in no time at all. The other thing that I happen to notice on the capital improvement, whether it's project or plan or program, CIP, I guess doing some revision to Dietz Elkhorn is scheduled in the 23-24 fiscal period. And it's for the East End, and I thought, wow, we've got this backwards. It should be from the Parkway on toward HEB, or I'll put it the Lemon Creek Development. And I guess I go back to the movie, The Field of Dreams, build it and they will come. HEB, build it and you're going to get a clogged street. I don't think we completely comprehend what's going to happen, and I see that every time I go into HEB in Bernie or HEB in Leon Springs. But and lastly, I would like to suggest that we have a periodic town hall meeting of the Fair Oaks City Administration, and maybe even because you're joined at the hip with FORHA, and find out what we've got these changing demographics, and we ain't riding horses to the club anymore, folks. That era is gone. But we need to find out what the new generation wants, needs, what their thoughts are, what their input is, and see if we can take appropriate action. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Keene, and good points. And I appreciate you being here tonight and coming to speak with us. And next on the list is Rich Senna.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Rich Senna. I live at 115 Glade Drive in the city of Bernie, your neighbor. And I'm a member of the Bernie Independent School District Board of Trustees. And I just wanted to come out tonight and say thank you to the city council, the mayor, City Manager Maples, Police Chief Mooring, for working with the school district in approving 2 SROs for our 2 schools here in Fair Oaks Ranch. It's a partnership. It's a good partnership, and we were able successfully this year to increase our number of SROs. I'm sure you've read in the newspapers, from 7 up to 12, and actually we have a 13th that goes back and forth between our 2 high schools. So it's when I visit the schools, I see the interaction between the SROs and the students, and there's a real level of trust there, and they really open up to these SROs. And I think the other benefit, in addition to helping keep our schools safe, they develop relationships, and the kids develop a respect for law enforcement, which is very necessary in this day and age, considering all the vitriolic anti-police rhetoric that comes out. I think it builds support for law enforcement here in our community and our schools, and I think that's really, really critical. So I just wanted to say thanks to the city for doing that, and as a matter of point, I mean, when you compare our level of SROs per school, we're at a 1-to-1 ratio, and a lot of our neighbors, Comal is maybe 1 for every 2 schools. Kerrville, a little bit better than that. Fredericksburg, a little bit better than that. So I think we compare pretty darn well to our neighboring districts. And you will be reading that we recently hired a chief of security and safety for the district. He has a tremendous background, and the approach will always be continuous improvement. How can we get better? Do not rest on your laurels. Do not think you've got every answer solved. How can we do better? So once again, I just wanted to say thanks and appreciate what Fair Oaks Ranch has done.
Well, thank you, sir, for being here tonight and providing comments. That was all the individuals that I had signed up for citizens to be heard. Is there anybody here tonight that did not get an opportunity to sign up that would like to speak? And with that, then we'll move on to the consent agenda. Tonight we have one item on the consent agenda, which is the approval of the August 4th, 2022 regular city council meeting minutes. Is there any council member that would like to move this item to consideration and discussion? With that, then, could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I so move.
And a second?
Second.
I have Laura's the motion and Chesley as a second. All in favor of approval of the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved. With that, we'll move on to our consideration and discussion items tonight. First up is the consideration and the possible action to accept applications for open positions on boards, committees, and commissions, and to set dates for interviews. And Amanda will lead us into this one.
Yes, good evening again. So at your seats, and previously I had emailed you some applications that we had received, but at your seat you also have hopefully a very handy spreadsheet that shows all of the positions that are open and the names of the persons who, as incumbents, have expressed interest in continuing to serve on each of those boards or committees, as well as a listing on the right-hand side of new applicants that are interested. And so your consideration page at the very end shows some recommended proposed motions. There is a motion to accept applications. There's motions to reappoint. But I did want to make clear that the city reappoints and appoints members by resolution. So based off of any direction that you give me or any motions that are made, we will come back at the following meeting with resolutions to make those official. Now, not all groups in their rules of procedure say that it has to be done by resolution, but I think we do that to keep it uniform across the board, because some of our groups for sure do have in their rules of procedure the requirement that it be done by resolution. The other thing to consider is which, if any, of the applicants you all would like to interview, and possibly setting dates to do that here in the future. And I'm not sure if you want to address anything first. Do you want to look at dates now? Just kind of looking for some direction from you all at this point.
Amanda, how about if we start off with it, so we have a list, and I believe all the incumbents have opted to stay in their positions, is that correct?
That is correct. There is one person, but he vacated his position on the ZBOA, but everybody who hadn't resigned or where there wasn't a vacancy has expressed interest in continuing to serve. You are correct.
So I guess the first question that I would like to address then is, since we have all incumbents, is everybody comfortable with approving them to continue, or would you like to bring them in for interviews? Go ahead.
I have a comment. I think I want to answer that question. I just need a little bit more information. I think if they're just finishing up their first term, definitely. I'm not sure how long some of these have been on their committees. That would be interest to me to be able to make that decision. So I know Nick Piciani and Mike Lovelace, they're on their first term of MDD, but I'm not familiar with how long Dana Green, Paul, and Marcus have been on SIAC off the top of my head.
So off the top of my head, the most recent one is going to be Marcus Garcia. I don't think he's been reappointed. I think he's just ending out his first term.
Okay.
Both Dana and Paul have been reappointed in the past. Paul has recently taken over as the chairman for that.
Okay.
Because John Marriott was on for so long and he was the chair. So Paul Mabin, being the most tenured on that group, took on the role of chairman.
Okay.
Dana has been on, and I could be very wrong, but it's right around 2019. 2019, I believe, is when she came on.
Okay.
Actually, maybe a little bit longer.
Question about that, because one of the considerations there as well is we have to have a certain amount of representation from the development community, and Ms. Green is one of those. And so I think we need to take that into consideration.
Yeah, so if you look at your consideration page listed under the CIAC, Christina did specify the requirements, and she does say that currently 2 of the 3 incumbents of the committee contribute to meeting the 40% requirement, Dana being one of them. So if they are replaced, only 3 members would represent. If only one is replaced, then the 40% requirement, it will still be maintained.
So the question then was, do we want to bring all the incumbents in and go through an interview process with them? Is there,
I don't.
I don't want to do that.
I don't. If we're just going to accept their reappointments, as they're either fairly new, key to the committee, or the chair, then I don't see the point of bringing them in for their reappointment. But for the 4 new applicants, or 5 new applicants, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 5, there's still going to be a vacancy on the zoning board of adjustments.
I was going to get to that.
Yeah.
So anybody else? Is everybody good with, we'll just reappoint the incumbents that have said they wanted to stay on?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
So we can do a
We will handle that by resolution at the next meeting. We
Okay.
will make that an official action at that point.
I think we should have a motion for that one.
Okay. Then could I get a motion to accept the applications of those that are seeking reappointment to their boards or commissions?
So moved.
From Roy, and a second,
I second.
and from Laura. Any further discussion from council? All in favor of approving the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Opposed? The motion is approved.
All right.
So the second piece is then we have a position on the Board of Appeals that's a vacant, and we have a alternate position on the Zoning Board of Adjustment that is vacant. Or correction, it's the other way around. It's an alternate position on the Board of Appeals and a primary position on the Zoning Board of Adjustment that's vacant.
Yes, but you do have 2 alternates. I believe both of them are interested in serving in a official and not alternate role. So that may be a option for interviews if you would like.
Well, what my suggestion is on the ZBOA is that we do conduct interviews, because if we're going to promote one of the alternates to that vacant position, I think we should go through that process, and then also the other candidates that have put in for that, because we're going to have to fill that alternate position if we choose to fill the vacancy with one of the alternates.
And I will say that with the ZBOA, I'm sorry, we have had, this last meeting, both alternates had to fill in and sit in on a meeting. So it's important that we have 2 alternates. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I recall that we've already recently interviewed the 2 alternates. So I would suggest, if we want to look at their applications but not re-interview them, I'm fine interviewing the other 3 candidates, but I don't know that we need to drag it out since we just interviewed them. I mean, if you need to refresh yourself with the app, that's a little different, but that just takes more time. So I'd suggest we just interview the new. We can still fill that position with whichever 5 we'd like, but I don't prefer to sit through 2 interviews that we just did.
Quick question. Are both of these alternates okay with moving up as a permanent?
They are.
Yes.
I spoke with both, and both showed interest in wanting to be moved up to the primary position.
So I'm going to walk and talk. I do have a calendar of the date range for which we had set time apart to conduct interviews. So we can figure that out now. And so if you look at the sheet, it's the yellowed out dates. Those are dates that are available, like the 1st and the 8th you will see though. There are already meetings scheduled on those dates, which are Thursdays. Thursdays usually have meetings going on. But August 29th through the 9th, excluding the 5th, of course, because it is a holiday. But the 29th through the 31st, the 2nd, the 6th, the 7th, and the 9th of September are options for interviews.
And is everybody else okay with not interviewing the 2 alternates off the ZBOA for that position?
I don't know if I'm like 100% because our process is that we're going to look at these appointments on an annual basis, and you know, I just worry about if that's a good precedent to set. You know, we have rotations in council, and so if we adopted that, it's kind of like the standard. You know, we don't have assurance that every time that the entire council would have interviewed all of these candidates, and we're not kind of comparing, you know, apples to apples if we have 3 new candidates and then 2 candidates that got interviewed a year ago for this vacant position. So I'd be more comfortable just from a standard setting perspective if we're going to interview for those, that all of the candidates that are seeking that permanent, or I guess the non-alternate position, kind of get an equal
Less than a year.
opportunity.
I agree with Chesley. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It's less than a year that we've spoke to those 2 individuals. I don't think we need to rehash that.
Okay, Laura?
I think I want to have a motion on this and give my opinion at that point. So I move to, well, I guess it's not really a motion. I move to forego interviews for moving up alternates to primary for ZBOA.
Second.
Okay, so the reason I did that was I do think that having this entire council interview both of those recently is fine. I don't think we need to do another interview. I don't think we're going to set precedent either. I mean, the point of this process is every year we could decide whether we're going to do interviews or not. We just decided not to interview any of the incumbents for all the other things and not even look at the other applicants. But we didn't do that last year or the year before. But every year is different circumstances, and I think in this, I don't think we need to interview them for going up to alternate.
Okay. Any other comments? Then we'll go ahead and vote on the motion that's at hand, which would be to not interview the two incumbents. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
We have a 6-1 vote, and the motion passes.
All right, so then you would be interviewing only the new applicants, so that would be 5 applicants.
Well, actually, there's only 3 that are interested. That was my next question, is there's only 3 that are interested in the Zoning Board of Adjustments. So my question is there an opportunity to go back to Mr. Duncan and Mr. Wymer and ask them if they're interested in interviewing for that board?
I can absolutely ask them that.
Okay, because they didn't show interest in their application, but,
Right. And I can't say for sure that either of those 2 gentlemen wrote this, but I know that some of them said, you know, this is the group that I'm interested. They put check marks next to certain groups. But in the paragraphs where they answered, they were like, you know, I'm willing to serve on any group, want to be a volunteer for the city. So we can reach out to them and ask them. Yes.
So I have a question. When we sent out the applications, did the people that indicated that they were interested in the Zoning Board of Adjustments indicate that, or was it clear to them that they were only going to have the opportunity to apply for alternate position and not the regular position? Because that's the decision we just made, that those candidates do not have an opportunity for that role.
From what I understand, one person I know knows that it was more than likely going to be an alternate position, but the other 2 sort of, I don't know if it was in response to the social media pushes that we put out. They independently submitted an application. I don't know that they would be aware of that.
For clarification, my understanding, we didn't make the decision on who would be the primary and the alternate. The only decision we made is we would not interview the 2 that are filling the alternate positions at this time because we have enough information from them already to make a decision on their behalf.
That's what I was understanding as well.
yes.
Okay.
That I didn't, need to interview them, but, that we would be looking at everybody for the one spot and fill the rest, but I didn't need to hear them say the same thing again.
So what I would recommend is that we could contact the 2 other individuals and see if they're interested in Zoning Board of Adjustment. And then we would interview those individuals that are interested. And from that, we would make a decision to fill the primary position and the 2 alternate positions. Or the other alternate position, because the other person would just stay. I just wanted to clarify, Roy, to make sure we're all tracking.
I think we have a motion written for interviewing. I don't know if we want to do that. But we have to decide which date.
Yeah, so as someone who has tried to schedule these in the past, I'm going to recommend that you give me at least 2 dates to give them as options. And then I'm going to, of course, try my very best to schedule them all on one day. It's not always the easiest, especially this time of year. I guess what I need is your availability,
You want us just to write it on here and hand it to you?
however you like.
May I make a suggestion?
Ken?
I think last go-around, we came in a little early
For the council
for the
meeting?
council meeting, since everybody's kind of blocked out for that evening anyway. Would anybody be interested in doing that again?
That was my thoughts. And you're not available on the,
Y'all do you.
I would prefer not to do it on a Friday night.
Come
Just
on,
saying.
Chesley.
I don't want to hang out with y'all on a Friday. Sorry.
would everybody be okay, say, if we started at 4:30 PM before council meeting the 1st of September?
I can't do it that one, but I can do it the 15th, 22nd, or either of those.
So the idea is to bring back for final appointments on the 15th,
Okay.
if possible. I mean,
I
there's
think it's
a
only the
special
yellow
meeting
dates that
coming
she
up
said
where
are
we could
available.
take
Right?
advantage of
For
it.
clarity, only the yellow dates are
The
the
yellow
yellow
is the range. I mean, you all are,
Yeah.
I mean, it's up to you all if you wanted to do that afterwards. But the appointment or the official appointment selection on Best Laid Plans over here was to happen on September 15th. But if you want to interview before then, you could absolutely do that as well.
Is there another special meeting scheduled for some other purpose?
The 22nd.
That's too late. Okay, got it. Never mind, I see it written there now.
And-
Sorry.
And the reasoning for this is so that we can conduct an orientation and get some of the trainings and stuff done out, get that done before their term starts October 1st.
But we could do Tobin, there wouldn't be a challenge. We could still do the appointments on the 22nd during our special meeting. Would meet your timeline, and then we could do available on the 15th?
Yep.
How about if we look at the evening of the 15th of September?
We can do that.
I think we should have a second option because, I mean, I don't want to have somebody not be able to serve because there happened to not be one available one day in the entire year to do the interview.
True.
Point?
I currently don't have conflicts on the yellow dates on the calendar, so y'all decide and I'll be there.
The only one I cannot do is the 29th.
And because we had planned to do orientation the 20th through in between the 20th or the 23rd, if we could possibly get those scheduled earlier, possibly maybe the 30th or the 31st, or if that's possible, then that would work. I don't know if you all want to come in for a special meeting. I understand you all want to do it before a council meeting.
I don't mind coming in for a special meeting.
I can do 31st.
I could make the 31st work.
No? Ken?
I can.
I can make it work.
All right. And if we did the 31st, can we do it at 6 p.m.?
Good, Roy?
Maybe later in the evening, maybe appeals
I
to,
always make myself available.
So August 31st, 6 p.m. is when the interviews would start. And then if absolutely necessary, do you want to possibly do that on the 15th?
are you okay with that?
Yes.
All right. So let's use the 31st as our primary date, and we'll do the backup as the 15th.
And what time did we say on the 15th, just so I can block it?
4:30 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
It gives us enough time to get through whatever interviews and be ready for the council meeting. Okay?
I did have one more question. Do I need to put an agenda, are you all going to make the decision on who to move up from alternate today? Okay, so then at a future meeting, there's going to be okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
If you don't mind, I remember talking to both of those individuals, the last round of interviews, Roderick and Jonathan, but can you print their application just so it's fresh in my mind? Thanks.
Anything else? Amanda, anything else that you need?
I think I've got everything that I need. I
Gives us
will
a
do my-
track to get these positions filled? Oh,
Yes.
The other piece is the Board of Appeals. So
The-
we did have an individual that applied
We did
to
have
be on
an-
the, be
yes.
on the Board of Appeals. He doesn't meet the qualifications. And Amanda went back and looked at all the other applicants. They do not meet the qualifications either. So right now, we do not have an individual that will be interviewing for the Board of Appeals.
I do have, Jim Earl is the one that actually looked over the applications for me and confirmed that none of the applicants are eligible for the BOA. He did say that he has one person that might be interested, just out of the country during the time when we were accepting applications. So in the future, if we do get people can submit applications at any point during the year. If we do get a viable application, then we will, of course, bring that back for council to consider in the future. All right. I think you've got everything you need from me, correct? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Now we'll move on to our second consideration item tonight, which is the consideration and the possible action approving the first reading of an ordinance amending the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Code of Ordinances, Chapter 12, which is traffic and vehicles, which is Article 01.033, prima facie speed limits, adding 25 miles per hour speed limits, and establishing stop signs on streets within the Front Gate subdivision.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This is just a follow-up, drafting the ordinance to the law enforcement agreements that Council approved back in March for traffic enforcement and law enforcement patrol for Elkhorn Ridge and Front Gate. This one's Front Gate, Elkhorn Ridge is the next one. The ordinance allows the officers to legally enforce traffic within those gated communities to be able to issue those summons to our municipal court. And took a little bit to get this done. We had to wait for some of the streets to be named, stop signs to be placed. Neighborhood has placed all the stop signs. Speed limit signs are in place right now. All we're waiting on is the ordinance approval to be able to enforce from there.
Any questions from council? Any questions from anybody here tonight? Chief, I had just one quick question. The establishment of the speed limits and the locations for the stop sign, that was all made by the developer?
They were the ultimate approving authority. We had some discussions with Elkhorn Ridge developer and Front Gate. Front Gate was a couple years ago on where we thought the best stop signs should be placed. They generally follow that guidance. And all the signage that we observe through both subdivisions are legal placement, legal size.
I have one quick question.
Go ahead.
So, I just don't remember from March, so help me out here. The 25% of the property owners in agreement or by consent of the developer? I'm assuming by reading through this, it's the consent of the developer.
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
And do we know if the property owners are aware of all these stop signs? Because there's quite a few of them coming. Do we have any idea? I know it's not really our job, but I didn't know if you were given.
I believe they're aware if they drive through there. If I remember correctly, the developer is the same developer for both. I believe they communicated a lot of the law enforcement agreement to their residents.
Oh, are the stop signs already up?
Most of them, yes.
Oh,
I
okay.
believe, actually, everyone listed here is in place right now.
Okay, cool.
I just wanted to comment, I think that there's a long story behind this of my discussions with residents in both of those areas. They've been looking for this for quite some time.
Yes.
The help.
Anybody else? Then can I get a motion to approve the first reading of an ordinance amending the City Fair Oaks Ranch Code of Ordinances, Chapter 12, which is traffic in vehicles, Article 01.033, prima facie speed limits, adding 25 mile per hour speed limits, and establishing stop signs on streets within the Front Gate subdivision.
So moved.
Second.
Any other comments from council? With that, we'll go ahead and vote on the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. With that, we'll move on to the third consideration item, which is similar to the one we just discussed, which is consideration and possible action approving the first reading of an ordinance amending the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Code of Ordinances, Chapter 12, Traffic in Vehicles, which is Article 01.033, prima facie speed limits, adding 25 mile per hour speed limits and establishing stop signs on streets within Elkhorn Ridge subdivision. Anything else to add on this one?
The only thing I would add is all the stop signs are in place except for, I believe, the Cheyenne Ridge, Elkhorn Ridge stop sign. They're still shaving that down. They haven't paved that road yet. But speaking to the developer there, the stop sign should be placed when that road is finished.
Any other questions from council? Questions from anybody here tonight? And could I get a motion to approve the first reading of an ordinance amending the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Code of Ordinances, Chapter 12, Traffic and Vehicles, Article 01.033, prima facie speed limits, adding 25 mile per hour speed limits, and establishing stop signs on streets within Elkhorn Ridge subdivision?
So moved.
Roy? And a second?
Second.
Leslie? Any other comments from council? We'll vote on the motion. All in favor of approving the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. Thank you, Chief.
Poor Grant.
And we'll move on to our fourth item tonight, which is the consideration and the possible action regarding stop sign alternatives for the Chartwell intersection. Hand it over to Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, ladies and gentlemen in attendance. I'm Grant Watanabe, Director of Public Works and Engineering Services. And this evening, I'll be giving a short presentation on some traffic control options at the Chartwell and Dietz intersection. The guidance received at last month's council meeting was that we didn't want any new stop signs on Dietz, so I'm here to bring you 3 different options. These photos were taken just last week, and as you can see, the new sidewalk and crosswalk are being widely used by students and parents. We also do have 2 officers posted at the intersection, and they help to direct traffic. There's a lot of cars that are trying to enter Chartwell, but for those vehicles that are trying to exit Chartwell, and for those vehicles that are trying to get across the intersection from Saddle Song, they sometimes have difficulty because it's the cars that are on Dietz that have the right of way. All right, so here's the first option, and the first option is just a simple pedestrian crossing sign. This is actually what's currently in place. It was part of our original design, and it was awarded as part of our construction contract. It's got a bright yellow sign at each side of the crosswalk, and that's currently what's in place. There's no additional cost to leave this in place. So that's option number 1. Yes, sir.
Grant, how come there's no pedestrian crosswalk signs on the other side of Chartwell and Saddle Song? And I'm not talking about cross. See how your chart there, it has those signs on the Chartwell crossing, but not on the Saddle Song, or rather, I'm sorry, the Dietz Elkhorn crossing, but not Chartwell or Saddle Song.
Sir, if I understand you right, you're asking why there isn't.
It looks like, to me, like the signs are only going to show if you're traveling on Dietz Elkhorn. They're not going to have the pedestrian crossing markings on Saddle Song. See, like that car that's going, what would that be, north on Saddle Song? They don't have an indicator there saying that's a pedestrian, other than the street markings themselves. I'm just curious what the signage standard is there.
I'll have to check the original plans, but I think I understand what you're saying for the, I guess it's the vertical, on this slide, the vertical crosswalk.
Yeah, if I look,
across Chartwell
because
and
what I'm
Saddle Song.
seeing is that we have the indicators on Dietz Elkhorn, but not on Chartwell or Saddle Song, on the opposite sides of the, and I believe those signs just face where they're only visible if you're traveling on Dietz Elkhorn.
Yes, ma'am.
So would that be because the other way has stop signs?
That
And
would
they have
be-
to stop anyways, and going on Dietz, there's nothing it's just supposed to
It's
give
just
them a heads up
yield-
because
it's a
they
yield
wouldn't
to
have normally
pedestrian sign,
stopped,
yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay,
That is correct.
that makes
Okay.
sense to me.
And so we would not put anything other than the street markings on there. And it's just an observation of mine, so I'll, it's anecdotal information, but seems like one of the most popular things to do in Fair Oaks Ranch, and excuse me for saying it to everybody that's watching, is to roll through stop signs or disregard them. And just today, when I was pulling into City Hall, I was waiting to turn left onto Chartwell from Dietz Elkhorn, and a car passed me on the right. And I'm just saying, I guess this looks like a very minimalist, and I'm sure it's very convenient for the drivers to not have any impediment to them traveling on Dietz Elkhorn. But my primary focus is, are we really solving the safety issues at that intersection with this solution?
Thank you, sir. So this is option one. We also have two other options.
I understand.
Maybe more effective. Well, let's take a look at them. All right, so under option two, we would replace that pedestrian crossing sign with a pedestrian activated signage. In this case, there's a post at each end with a push button, and when the pedestrian pushes that push button, it starts blinking bright yellow lights, and there'd be one on each side of the crosswalk. This provides a higher level of visibility and safety to the pedestrians so that vehicles can see it from farther distance, but also comes with a slight cost. This option costs about $12,000. We do have project contingency that could cover this, already built in to the budget for this project.
Grant, quick question. So when, say I'm on the north side of Dietz Elkhorn and I press the button to cross over to the school, you know if both sides blink?
They would both blink, yes, sir.
So both signs would blink even when you press on?
Yes, sir.
On one sign, okay.
Yes, ma'am?
You said they would blink yellow, but if we're wanting them to stop, why wouldn't they blink red?
So that bleeds into option three.
Okay, but there's not a way to make option two blink red instead of yellow is my question.
No, there is
Okay,
no device.
thank you.
All right, so option three is, it's called a High Intensity Activated Crosswalk, or HAWK. They have a couple of these in San Antonio and one in Bernie. They also call this a pedestrian activated beacon. So this, when the button is pushed on this, it'll start blinking yellow to indicate, to warn vehicles approaching that there's going to be a pedestrian present. It then turns to a solid red, indicating the vehicle should stop. And then after a while, it starts just blinking red, which indicates after the car's vehicle is stopped, they can proceed if there's no pedestrians in that crosswalk. So I think, Mayor, at the last meeting, you mentioned or asked if there's a device out there that could it be only activated and become a stop when a pedestrian present, or during certain hours of the day, like in the mornings and in the afternoons. And this is that device. It can also be programmed to stay red for certain periods of time of the day. Yes, ma'am.
When it's not activated, are all the lights off?
It is off, yes. Now, this option also comes with a higher price tag. They do range between $30,000 to $120,000, depending the size and how many lanes you have to span. But for this specific intersection, we estimate it to be about $50,000. We don't have this in the project budget. If this is the option that the council wants to go with, then we'd have to do a budget amendment for this.
Later on in our budget, we're talking about Dietz reconstruction on the east side. So I guess my question is, if we put this thing up and then we decide to do whatever we're going to do to Dietz, is that going to affect this? And then we need the wider, bigger, and have to pay more money to redo it later?
There's a potential there, depending on what we decide to do with Dietz. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
In any of these three scenarios, would that preclude a police officer have to standing there every single morning to direct traffic? So regardless of these three options, a police officer will still have to take time to direct traffic every day during school.
Chief Mooring?
From an aspect of safety, you're probably going to have an officer there regardless.
What
Just
if
with
there
the amount
was
of kids that
four-way
cross.
stop? Would you still have a police officer there?
Yeah,
Okay.
just the sheer amount of kids that cross there. Yeah,
Okay.
we're still going to have one there.
Okay, so that's just not a consideration. Okay, thank you.
Scott?
Just as a point, I went and observed the unit that's installed over at Old Number 9 in Bernie, and that's quite a feat of engineering, and very confusing for everybody. I think the pedestrians and the drivers. If you all haven't gone to seen one of these things in line, I've watched drivers, when it starts blinking, you can stop, but then you can roll through, and they actually have to have a signage for the drivers to read. And of course, when they're on their cell phones rolling through it anyway, they're not going to stop and do that, I don't think. But as a budget amendment that we would have to do to go ahead and do this, what's the sense from you guys on whether or not something of this magnitude would be workable for that corner?
Well, ultimately, the decision is yours.
I understand that.
Chief, would you have any, looking at these, I mean, safety for the city, anyone better than the other, or any preference from you, I guess, is bottom line?
So some of the feedback, so Detective Love spent most of the first week of school in that intersection during pickup and drop-off. His recommendations was the four-way stop. He thinks that'd probably be a little bit better in controlling that traffic and ensuring the safety. I do know there's plans to change the makeup of the lane markers there. We still have a, which one's the laser here, Grant? It's not working? Yeah. Even that picture there, what you can see, if you're approaching the intersection from Ralph Fair Road, you see a solid white line there indicating a right turn only lane. That was one of our major issues with the last configuration. When the officer stopped in the middle of the crosswalk and is crossing kids, if a vehicle is stopped too close to that crosswalk and someone's coming on along the right and trying to bypass all of them, that's still an issue that we saw in the first week. We had to place a second officer there for the first 2 days just to make sure nobody did that, because we can't see behind a vehicle to see if another car is coming. So his recommendation was still that four-way stop. He believes that can control traffic a little bit better. But we were going to evaluate it over the first couple weeks of school. Parents usually take anywhere from a week to 2 weeks to kind of get it settled in the routine, and we get a better understanding of what traffic's going to look like this year. So.
How excuse me, how backed up is traffic coming off of Dietz Elkhorn, not Dietz, sorry, Saddle Song and Chartwell? During
when they're leaving
when
the
they're
school?
leaving the school and the people coming out of that neighborhood?
Not too backed up, I believe. The issue that we see is the parents, the early bird parents. They tend to stack in the school, which then backs up onto Chartwell, which then backs up onto Dietz. They've gotten a little bit better, a little bit quicker this year. I think that's the help of the school administration, kind of communicating that. But coming back out, I don't believe it ever stacked up more than maybe 7 to 10 cars waiting. So, and if traffic was backed up, usually the officer will step out and help those parents get back out of there, just to clear that area out.
Yep.
So.
And then I have one more just point, not a question, but I heard from several parents over the past week or so that they're super excited about the intersection because it takes the road away from the fence where the kids were always playing. So I just thought I'd provide y'all that feedback. I thought it was nice.
Thanks. Laura?
So, I understand that there's a lot of backup on Ralph Fair Road turning into Dietz Elkhorn to get towards the school. Is that in the morning or afternoon? When is that situation?
The backup we're seeing on Ralph Fair is the northbound traffic. Parents coming from Pimlico, from the subdivision south of our city. They'll wait, stage in that turn lane, which backs up into the main lane. We had pretty good backup, I think, past Pimlico, even past probably the city limits there for the first
Wow.
couple of days. The issue on that side is different from the other two sides for Van Raab. Is they have 2 lanes going in on the Chartwell side. On the Ralph Fair side, it's 1 lane of traffic in. Their safety protocols that they've implemented ensures the teachers walk the students to the vehicles, so it's slowing that process down a little bit. Parents are trying to usurp that by going past that, doing a U-turn, coming back and sitting on the shoulder, so the southbound side. So we had to educate a few of them on U-turns and school zones. But it's just kind of a learning process. We still get the early bird parents, and that parking lot fills up a lot quicker than the other ones because of the single stacking.
So this intersection configuration is going to be kind of independent of that issue. So regardless
Two
of,
completely separate
okay,
issues.
so as long, I
So
just want to
the-
make sure we wouldn't make it worse by one of our
Yeah,
situations.
the grade level of the students that get picked up on the Ralph Fair side versus the Chartwell side are two different. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just clarify something? Because I was a little confused. The backup that Chief was talking about was not at the intersection of Ralph Fair Dietz.
Yes, okay.
It's before that, where you turn into the school on the Ralph Fair side.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and clarify, the southbound backup never really passed, a little bit past the bus loop for the southbound side. It's the northbound side that gets backed up a little bit farther.
Got it.
And, oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead,
I
Emily.
was going to say, I drop off on that side, on the Ralph Fair side, and the school started this year opening the doors at 7 instead of 7:15. And I've noticed that has been a enormous help. So I haven't had to wait at all, just zip right in, so.
Roy?
Yeah, I didn't totally catch that you indicated, was it someone from the school district that indicated that they would still prefer the four-way stop?
No, that was Detective Love.
Okay. Have we gotten any feedback from the school district about what their preferences are?
We've spoken with the SROs. I believe the grant probably answered that a little bit better.
And Julio's been in meetings with us, and we've met with several BISD staff, and their preference is the four-way stop.
And what is the status of their participation in the project, depending on, is it still dependent on what our choice is?
They still plan to participate regardless of what option is selected. That's
Were the staff's opinion gathered before or after school started?
This is the week before school started was the last time we talked with them.
Okay, so their opinion was stated to you before we even opened up the intersection or even started using it?
Correct.
Sorry. Oh, I'm done, you can go ahead, I'm sorry.
In the last council meeting, I recall that we had said, let's open it up and then gather data for a specific amount of time. I don't think we gave an amount of time we wanted. So has that happened, and what data do we have to help us make, I guess, this decision, aside from a photo that has a bunch of kids? And I guess I'll discuss my point with that later, but that's my question.
So I'm just not sure what type of data you're looking for. We can take vehicle counts. We've done that in the past. We know vehicle counts is not going to warrant any type of a stop sign or any type of traffic device. What we're really relying is on engineering judgment.
But we haven't done that, is what you're saying, vehicle counts.
We have in the past.
But not since school started and since the intersection has opened up that we're discussing and trying to decide on.
That's correct.
Okay.
But the vehicle counts we have were based on data from prior school years, correct?
Correct.
So that shouldn't substantially change, because I don't think the population at the school, the number of students, has changed substantially.
I would disagree.
About what basis?
It has changed.
But-
He's shaking his head. It has changed. Anyways, that's
But
not a
to a
question, it's
material
discussion,
extent.
so I'm out.
We can continue to collect data. I mean, we're only a few weeks in, but we wanted to bring back the options. You know, I would hesitate to do option 3, because if council decides to move forward with the full-blown reconstruction, we can consider that then.
Yeah.
I
Is
don't,
everyone okay? We'll just table this for now?
well, I
We
mean,
need a
we don't have to
motion.
make a decision.
Right.
If we're going to table it, Greg, can I just offer some comments? I was waiting for a discussion time. I kind of did a little bit of an informal poll with a group of parents that their kids go to Fair Oaks Elementary, and I texted a whole bunch of them, but not everybody responded. But the ones that did respond, 3 of them said that they would be in support of having the 4-way stop. 3 of them said that they would be in favor of this option, number 3, and 1 said that they would be in favor of option number 2. And one of the ones that was in favor of the 4-way stop actually lives in Chartwell. So, some data, if you will.
I did the same thing that Emily did, and polled some moms that go there, and I have to pull it up because I don't have mine memorized, but most of them said, no one said they were in favor of the 4-way stop. I think 2 or 3 said they were in favor of the flashing yellow. No one was in favor of this one, and all of them talked about how the intersection had improved. So, just FYI.
And I think previously when we talked about this is because we redid the intersection and it was actually letting the intersection go on, and maybe not the number of traffic and number of children that were attending the school. So it was to see how traffic reacted at the new realignment at the intersection. So my recommendation, if everybody agrees, is that we've discussed it. We can continue to collect information on this, and we'll bring it back for a future council meeting for decision. Will that work, Grant?
Yes, sir.
I agree with that, but I think we need to give guidance to staff on what information they're collecting so that when they come back, we actually get the information we want.
That's fair.
So I don't know if anyone has an opinion on what information they would want, but I think this would be the good time to say that.
I have an opinion.
Go ahead.
I would like to hear from the administrators at that school. And Chief, have they been out, like the principal been out watching that intersection at all? Has anybody come out there from the school to observe what's going on?
I'm not 100% sure if Ms. Schultz has been to this side. If she's, I know we caught her in the roadway on Ralph Fair. We kicked her out of the roadway one of the days. But
That's going above and
I'm not
beyond.
sure if she's been out here to monitor, or the assistant principals have been out here to monitor this side or not.
Okay,
So-
I would like to hear from the school, or the school district on it, for one thing.
Roy?
And I would like to continue to get information, the feedback from our officers that are monitoring that. We got some of that tonight and heard that recommendation. I think I would like to get additional information about their observations of what's happening out there, because I think data about how many cars are moving and how many kids are crossing the street is not as informative as the behaviors, because whatever control devices we put out there, you know, what kind of options create the highest margin of safety out there is, I think, what we're really looking for. And so that's the kind of data I would like to get, is the observations of the officers actually monitoring the intersection.
Also, want to point out one thing, it's still not 100% complete. We're still waiting on the striping to be done.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of confusion with some of the signage that's posted there. I think they've gotten better by this week, but last week we had some trouble with some people thinking it was turn lane and wasn't turn lane, they were opposite lane, so, yes, ma'am.
In general, I'd like to also gather data from the citizens that travel that at work time. I think it's important to also consider that. And my recommendation was going to be the possibility of having, if we can, and if we're going to move forward with realigning that, kind of like Tobin was saying, to get it all put together, but possibly having a town hall to talk with the parents, you know, get everybody together and just hear the opinions of the citizens that would fund this.
Everything else, Michelle, or? Okay.
Just when I met the school, they were in support of the 4-way stop. I'll reach out to them and see about them giving some feedback on what they see now. So, but yeah, that was their census. And then on the 15th, they were taking it to their council for support on funding. So I'll follow up with them and find out what was decided there.
It was approved.
It was
It was
approved.
approved? Okay, then there you go. So they're in support of it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, for the input. We'll bring this issue back after we have more information from the officers, more information from those that use the intersection, from those that live in Chartwell, and then for more information from the folks at BASD.
Thank you, Grant, and I appreciate you going back and finding the alternate options and presenting it to us tonight. Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you.
With that, we'll move on to our next consideration item for tonight, which is the submission of the calculated FY 2022-2023 property tax rates to the City Council. I'll hand it over to Scott.
Presentation, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Scott Husengay, Assistant City Manager. This item was, as you recall, deferred from the previous meeting. But we're here tonight to present officially the report for the no new revenue and voter approval rates for fiscal year 23. I also want to talk a little bit about the recommended maximum rate, which will be the subject of your next item after this one. But as we go through this presentation, note that the values and the rates within are based on certified estimates of taxable values, as you recall and as you've heard. Due to the large number of appeals before the review boards, there have been delays in getting figures from the counties, effectively until just a couple days ago, for all intents. So as allowed by law, the counties are allowed, particularly Kendall County, to provide certified estimates of taxable value, and that's what's being used in the calculations that are in this presentation in the tax worksheets as well. So after much ado, the city's total estimated taxable value is a little over $2 billion. This is up, unsurprisingly, about 10% over the current year's value of $1.86 billion. You'll recall that 10% is the maximum taxable value increase as allowed for homesteads, which composes most of our city. So based on that, the no new revenue rate is calculated at about 32.58 cents per $100 of value. If you go through the calculations, which I don't recommend, but if you do, I would note that the no new revenue rate is somewhat lower than what would otherwise have been expected, and this is because the no new revenue rate applies the exemptions that the council approved this year and applies them to the current year as well and sets that as the base. In other words, the exemptions that were approved recently, even though they don't apply until next year, effectively lower the base by which the no new revenue rate is calculated. Moving over to the next column, currently the proposed budget, based on what's been submitted and discussed with the council so far, is just above the no new revenue rate at 32.91 cents per $100 of value. Both of these are significantly below the current tax rate, which is 35.18 cents. And finally, the voter approval rate is the maximum that the council can adopt now based on the state mandated timelines. That voter approval rate is calculated at 37.03 cents per $100. The city manager's recommendation is to approve the maximum rate at the same level as the current rate of 35.18 cents per $100, and the goal would be to reduce that through the budget process to a level that would ultimately reflect what the council approves through the budget. So what you'll be approving in the next item is the maximum rate that the council could go to on September 15th. That's what the public hearing would be based on. After tonight, you can go lower, you cannot go higher than the rate that the council sets in the next budget item. I won't go through all of these numbers, but we want to provide some calculations for how some of these rates would apply to average homesteads. One could easily pick out any value and calculate the changes based on each of the possible recommended rates. Note these are estimates based on the median and average values we had in May and applied to the the total values that we got through the reports of the county. We don't yet have the individual roll that has every single property in the city, but we have summary reports on which we try to project what the average homesteads would look like, but we think this is pretty close. At a no new revenue rate, and over 65 homestead would see a tax decrease with the new exemptions of about $60 per year, or about $5 a month. And the average non-qualifying homestead without the exemption would see an increase of about $35, or a little over under $3 a month. At the proposed budget level, the second one on that, second column on the previous slide, again, over 65 homestead would see a decrease of about $45, which is about $375 per month. And similarly, the non-qualifying homestead would see an increase of about $54, which is roughly $450 per month. Let's see, finally, on the next slide, there we go. Taking a look at the current rates of 35.18 cents if the city held the rate constant. Over 65 homesteads would see an increase of about $60 per year, $5 per month, and other homesteads would see, on average, an increase of about $182, which is about $15 a month, just to give some breakdowns. I wanted to quickly review some of the key values and changes from last year in the certified estimates. Again, as we've discussed in previous sessions, the city is well over 90% residential, so unlike other cities, there's not a large commercial base that can absorb the impact of additional or new homestead exemptions. If you do the math on these, you'll note that these numbers won't match the certified estimate because, one, there's well over $150 million that's under review collectively by the counties right now. And of course, the estimates are just that. They're certified estimates. So this obviously is a little bit more than the $2 billion estimate for the under review remark. That reflects the lowest amount that would be approved during that review process. But just to give a flavor of what our tax base looks like. Not a lot of changes overall, but again, as we all know, a highly residential valuation base. As we discussed, of course, the city's exemptions changed considerably this year as a result of changes the council approved. Ultimately, in June, the over 65 exemption increased from 25.6 million to 67.1 million. That's a taxable value change of about 41.5 million. You'll recall when we were going through the property tax exemption discussions that we ran several scenarios for you during the 2 or 3 meetings we held on that. The final report we ran for you included scenarios at a 5 or 10% calculation. What was ultimately approved at the $50,000 level. We ran into our model this week to see essentially how that looked, and I'm proud to say that our finance team, by putting that into the model that we produced, came within $54,000 of the actual valuation change. So 99.9% accuracy. To me, that's a bullseye. So shout out again to our team standing behind me there. Over 65 exemptions by year. Generally, it's been increasing, at least for the last 5 years. We've seen an increase of 205 qualifying households since 2018. I suspect this is a combination, obviously, of just more households beginning to qualify for the exemption, and probably an increased awareness through the discussion. Well, maybe those who had qualified but had not applied for it before perhaps did this year. Speculation on my part, but in any event, we've seen a steady increase in number of households that qualify for the over 65 exemption. Yes, ma'am.
Has it changed a lot for the the exemption that we gave?
Yes. Well, I mean, a lot, no, and I didn't bring those
That's
with
okay.
me, but the disabled went up to, like, is it 22? Something somewhere in there. I don't recall exact numbers, but we did see an increase in those as well. And I can get those numbers for you. So as the council considers its maximum tax rate, I wanted to point out that, as we talked about before, the tax rate and the total revenue are not necessarily synonymous. we typically focus on the tax rate. And as we've seen recently, note that, property values can have a significant impact on revenue independent or in addition to the tax rate. There are several years, this goes back to the year 2000, that the city revenue has increased, even as the tax rate held steady or even decreased. You see this was especially pronounced from kind of the boom and bust years, 07 to 2011, where the rate went down even though property taxes overall continue to go up. We're seeing that trend now. You can see the last couple of years where the gray line, the rate has gone down significantly. Overall, tax revenue has still increased. This is essentially the same data, well, it is the same data, but expressed simply with the revenue as a percentage change from the prior year rather than just the raw totals. As you can see, property tax has, again, increased each year, even as the rate has held steady or declined. What's more intriguing, I think, is that there have only been 4 years since the year 2000, prior to this budget, that the total levy has increased by less than 3.5%, and you can see those on there. So again, the tax rate is not a direct, it's correlated but not directly to the tax rate that's approved each year. I mean, this, as a caveat, some of the major increases that are on this chart are generally the result of approved debt issuances during that time. For example, in 2000, going into 17. So that's a lot of reason for those big jumps there. But in general, we've seen that total revenue collection has gone up by more than probably the rate of tax rate change. Nonetheless, I think this just reflects a maturing city demanding more resources, and in that context, it's probably not that surprising. So, as we go on to the next item, again, I just want to summarize that these are estimates based on certified values, certified estimates provided by the counties. Again, taxable value overall increased about 10%. The city approved exemptions increased by about 43 million. That's the over 65 and the disabled exemptions. Overall, the tax rate should reflect the total budget as a matter of policy. So we're saying here is my recommendation to you is look not just at the rate, but at the budget that you're going to consider in a couple items too, and what's the level of the tax rate needed to provide that level of service. Therefore, again, for flexibility, the city manager is recommending that the current rate of 35.18 cents per $100 is submitted for the public hearing as the maximum rate, with the intention, again, to reduce that through the budget process to something close to the proposed budget we have now, but to give the council just a little bit of flexibility as we go through this process. Finally, the tax worksheet is listed. It's on the website there. It's on our Truth in Taxation website on obviously fairoaksranchtx.org. It's under the finance department, but you can type Truth in Taxation in the blank as well. There's no action required on this specific item. This is just the report that the state statute says we have to give to you. So you have the submitted no new revenue and voter approval rates, along with a couple others. The action that is required is on the next council item, which I think is number 10, whichever the next one is. And that's to set the public hearing and the maximum rate that the council could approve as part of the budget process. With that, Mr. Mayor, it's down for questions.
Any questions for Scott on this presentation? Mm-hmm.
When do we get the numbers?
When did we get them?
Mm-hmm.
We got the final estimates at, I think it was like 4:52 on Monday afternoon. And that's when we got the certified estimates from the counties. So then what staff has to do is go back and submit them to both to Bexar County, which provides our calculation, as well as we review that calculation worksheets on the website as well, and then plug our budget numbers into that. So it was late Monday when we got the total valuation, and then we spent most of Tuesday reviewing the calculations in preparation for this meeting.
Anybody else? Any questions for Scott from anybody else here? All right. And we'll move on to the next consideration item, which is number 10. The consideration and possible action approving a resolution setting the proposed maximum fiscal year 2022-2023 ad valorem tax rate and setting the date to hold the proposed fiscal year 2022-2023 budget hearing as September 15th, 2022, and which would occur at 6:30 p.m., and setting the date to adopt said budget and the meeting to vote on tax rate as September 22nd, 2022. And back over to you, Scott. You need to...
I have no presentation for this one, Mr. Mayor, other than, again, the city manager's recommendation for the maximum rate is 35.18 cents per $100, and this would set that, again, as the maximum rate, and that would be the basis on which the advertisement for the public hearing and the public hearing itself would be based.
Yes.
I have actually a question for Tobin. Is there a reason why you picked the .3518 instead of the proposed budget as your proposal?
Because we still have to go through the process with council. There's still several items that y'all haven't discussed yet. Hopefully you'll get to tonight. As an example, one would be the Civic Center, which is $1 million plus or minus of unfunded project right now. So I just picked that because it was consistent with last year. It's not based off revenue. It's just to give you wiggle room because we know your guys are going to wiggle backwards, back towards the 3.2 or the 0.32 or lower. That's all it was, just to give you a little more room to consider the unfunded items that are still before you.
So is the proposed budget we're looking at tonight at the .329 level?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so we would be looking at whether we want to lower it, raise it, but with this vote, we're saying regardless, we can't raise it over .3518.
That's what you'd be
Okay.
saying, yes. And so next week, I'll have to file the city manager's official budget with the city secretary's office. Depending on what we hear tonight, more than likely to be similar to what you have in front of you tonight. And then, of course, that can change over the next month as the council works through the process.
Okay. Thank you, Tobin.
Anybody else? Any questions from anybody here tonight? Okay, then how about I will make a motion to approve the resolution setting the maximum total ad valorem tax rate council will consider for fiscal year 2022-2023 is 35.18 cents for $100 taxable value, and to hold the proposed fiscal year 2022-2023 budget public hearing and the tax rate public hearing on September 15th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. and to adopt said budget at a tax rate on September 22nd, 2022.
Second.
And a second from Roy. Any further discussion from council? With that, then we'll go ahead and vote on the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Yeah, you got it right.
Needs to be a record vote, so I'm actually going to
Oh,
call,
she's
I'm going to
gotta-
call roll if you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay? So when I call your name, please say yes or no. Mayor Maxton,
Yes.
Emily Stroop,
Yes.
Roy Elizondo,
Yes.
Michelle Bliss,
Yes.
Laura Kerner,
Yes.
Scott Parker,
Yes.
and Chesley Mencho.
Yes.
That will move on to item number 11, which is discussion regarding the 2022-2023 budget. You're going to kick this off for us?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, I'll provide just a very brief update to the budgets, primarily look at some of the changes that have made since the last version that we had on August 4th. The current version, as the city manager said, which will after tonight, become the official proposed budget, includes additional capital projects using reserves and some other items that we'll go through. This budget that appears for you tonight does not include the 3.2% COLA that would be effective October 1st, pending further discussion of the budget and through the council process. Most of the slides we go through simply provide updated figures or calculations, so I won't go through every number, but I want to provide an updated summary of the general fund and where we stand. After all the changes and updates to date, we currently have $83,000 revenues over expenditures in the operating budget. That's based on roughly 3.4% property tax growth that we just talked about in the previous discussion, and the other budget growth assumptions on the revenue side. So again, just operating revenues of expenditures, right now we're $83,000 to the good. The budget also uses about $3.4 million from unallocated reserves to fund one-time capital projects. That unallocated reserve is last year's unallocated fund balance combined with the ARPA revenue that we discussed, what's remaining of the unallocated ARPA revenue going into the next fiscal year. So based on this budget, using that unallocated fund balance along with importing the projects that are in this proposed budget, we would be left with an estimated $438,000 in unallocated fund balance ending fiscal year 2023 based on the budget before you.
Scott, you may have said it, and I just missed it, but the revenue portion that's up there includes property taxes, and that amount was calculated for this based on the .329 tax rate.
Right. So going back all the way to basically June when we started this process, we assumed a 3.5% total growth. It's actually about 3.4% over the projected current year amounts. And when we got the figures this week, we calculated that back into the 3.329 rate that we talked about in the last presentation.
I just wanted to reinforce, it's an estimated revenue amount that was based on the tax rate of .329.
Say probably the other way around.
Okay.
We proposed a 3.5% total growth, and we calculated .329 based on 3.5% total growth.
Sorry. Does that 3.5% total growth include the amount that we at some point will receive for appraisal protests?
Yes, it does. One thing we changed from prior years is that in the prior years the city would certify an amount that did not include the amount under protest, which is like line 19 or something like that of the tax calculation worksheet. The $2.04 billion does include that amount. So this would be most of the amount that's in there. There still could be some variance based on how those appeals actually come in. So if the appeals were settled at a somewhat higher amount than what the county was estimating, there could be a little bit of growth. But effectively, that amount is included in this budget and in the tax rate calculation. That's how we got to.
Yeah, I think, well, I'll ask it when I get to page 57. Never mind.
But yeah, the $150 million roughly in under review amounts is included.
You're not on.
I was coughing. I didn't want to cough into the mic. Is the 3.5% total growth, is that assumption on total revenue growth?
Yes.
So it doesn't necessarily mean 3.5% more from property taxes per se, because there's going to be some sales tax growth and other franchise tax and stuff like that. Did that go into it too?
That's part of the total revenue.
Yes.
So the 3.5% growth was on property tax, total revenue by itself. What that equates to for a homestead, as we showed on the previous slide, was about I think it was a 3% increase at the .329 rate.
Okay, so I think I get it. So it's 3.5% total revenue growth over last year's overall revenue.
Yes,
No, just the property tax.
just property tax, total
So-
revenue.
So you assume just property tax would go up 3.5%,
Yes.
but it didn't actually end up costing property more than 3%.
That's just based
I'm
on appraised
confused.
value. That's based on appraised value, not the change in the tax rate.
Right, that's correct.
Right, no, so I'm looking back at your previous presentation, and you show that average homestead will get a 3% increase in property. If they use this budget, it'll be a 3% increase in what they pay for property taxes. How
Right.
does that get us to 3.5% total growth for property
Most
tax?
of the variance, and I didn't have to go through all the calculations, but most of the variance is new value to the city.
Okay, got it. New value, which was they weren't taxed last year, they were just new properties that come in. So that makes sense, okay. Was there an assumption, and I think we'll get to it, that sales tax also increases?
Yes, and
It kind of leveled off a little bit from
it's
prior.
in.
But not as much as before,
I-
right?
Yeah, I should know this, but I don't remember what the rough rate we put in. It's been too long.
10% over budget and 5% over projected this year.
There you go.
Got it. Okay, so we're assuming 3.5% growth in property tax income and a 5% growth in sales tax income. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, again, let's wrap this up quickly. We did make some changes from the previous version, so we just wanted to show quickly how the current detail report, the line item report you have compares to the August 4th edition. So again, the primary changes are removing the cost of living adjustment. We did confirm that health insurance will be unchanged from the current year to next, so we did remove that increase along with some other changes based on changing personnel since we did our initial salary projection. Note here that if you go through the line item detail, you will still see changes in the health insurance line. This is due to two factors, the first of which is that the current year adopted budget was under what the final increase from last year was, so we essentially started from an artificially low point for health insurance in the adopted 22 budget, and also personnel changes and their specific healthcare changes could change. So you won't see necessarily an exact, if you look at budget 22, proposed 23, they won't necessarily be the same for those reasons, but the rate that the city will pay per plan, per selection for health insurance will not change. It's a 0% increase for fiscal year 23.
I have a question. The council voted on adding the 3.2 for next year and then the one that we just did. So I must have missed it. Why are we removing that now? I don't remember us voting on that or talking about it. I know there were two. So we already gave them the one, and then the other one was going to be for next year, right?
And we voted to add it to the initial budget, yes.
Okay. So at what point did we change our minds on that? I'm unclear.
So at the council meeting that y'all approved the mid-year, you did approve 3.2%, and you discussed another 3.2% to be considered during the budget process. The original budget that we submitted to you included that. In my individual budget meetings with most of y'all, you directed me to take it out, so it is not in there.
And just because it is.
Now, not everybody directed me to do that, right? So I have to balance the wants and needs and the messaging from out of the 7 of y'all and go with the consensus.
Yeah, I don't remember us saying it here, so that's where I was coming from. Like,
And even though that it's listed separately now, does not mean that it cannot be considered as part of this budget.
okay.
So last couple items under the changes are adding some projects to the SAP fund, notably roadway CIP projects, 4 of them, and just over $700,000. Again, that would come from the unallocated fund balance. And then the third-party scanning project is part of the city digitization project in the city secretary's office that was discussed at our last meeting, was included in the proposed budget as well. So in the SAP fund, this is just a running list again of those changes that were made. This simply lists individually the projects that we talked about on the previous slide that the general fund transfer is funding. Again, changes to the SAP fund projects since the last meeting as well. The funded items list, we've had this slide, I think, in every presentation. It's just a running tally of those items that have been funded and that have been under consideration since its process started. And again, you know towards the bottom of this, we've added the new items from the previous slides. It's listed here well, so it's just reiterating the same information of items that are currently funded in this version of the proposed budget. And the items for discussion are the remaining items, obviously under discussion from a staff perspective, that, of course, subject to change through council discussion, but are not included in the budget at this time. So as we discussed at our past utility fund budget presentation, we have an operating surplus in the water fund, projected deficit in the wastewater fund. The latter should be largely corrected if the city adopts a revised wastewater rate structure early next year, which was talked about 2 or 3 meetings ago. The current budget does not have a new rate structure embedded at this time. And similarly, we've just listed some of the changes to the utility fund since the last meeting. It includes, again, reducing the COLA amounts similar to in the general fund, and we added some capital projects into their respective funds, wastewater and water as well. And some of the, again, just a list of some of the funded items in the utility fund. Most of these have been in except for the bottom few of those projects for water and wastewater capital projects specifically. So, there are some scheduled SAP projects that have been on the approved CIP that have not yet been funding, pending further discussion and pending financing plans. Your packet includes a summary of the fund balances and the different categories in the utility fund. This budget would expend most of the unallocated capital balances in the water and wastewater funds. What would remain pending more collections or a financing plan, a long-term financial plan for the future, would be capital balances that are reserved for impact fee eligible projects. There is some funds remaining there, but most of the unrestricted capital balances would be expended through the capital projects that were listed on the previous page. So Old Fred, the wastewater project, et cetera.
So just to understand what you just said, where would that leave the status of the R&R reserve for the utility for just the routine repair and replacement of
So this
capital components?
The actual operating reserve would still be at that 8 months or so, somewhere in there. So it wouldn't affect that, but we have designated capital reserves in our water and wastewater capital funds that are allocated either to impact fee projects or those that or funds that come from that capital fee that's on the water bill. The accumulation of that would be spent through this budget. I hope that.
That was partially my question. I think the second half of this, and was there a certain amount of time that some impact fees had to be used, and would this be using those, or they don't have to be used? There's not a timeline for those.
Impact fees have to be utilized within 10 years of the point they're collected.
Okay, so would this be, I guess, I don't know how we take care of this, but if you use a certain amount, you use the oldest and?
Yes, ma'am. We've got a ledger that we take care of that. We're not in jeopardy of going across 10 years.
Thanks.
I think that's the last item I had, Mr. Mayor. So at this point, we're happy to turn it back over to you all. As we go through the line item budget, senior staff is happy to either present changes to their budgets or answer questions at the will of council. But I just wanted to provide the summary of where we stand right now and turn it back for questions, comments, review.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Any other questions for Scott? Any questions from anybody here tonight? Okay, my recommendation going forward is in the next part of the packet, we do have a consolidated budget listing itemized. My recommendation is that we bypass that for now and move on to the division budget layouts, and then we go through those by division. You don't want to do that? Good.
No, I wasn't going to comment on that. I just let you finish. I want to hear what you have to say.
And then, because that, as we approve all the division, then it would come back and we would actually be making that approval on the overall budget plan that has been laid out. So there have been questions on some of the items within each of the divisions, and this would allow us the opportunity to address those. We do have the staff members here, or Tobin, to address those, and if we want clarification on what items are being asked to be funded in each of the divisions.
I like the approach. I just have one recommendation, that there's some items, like the COLA, that are cross departments, and I'd like to address that one first. The rest are individual departmental changes, but that one affects every departmental budget. So, you know, it wouldn't be addressed just in one as we go through each department.
Yep.
So I move to add the fiscal year 3.2% COLA back to the budget, as we voted on July 21st.
And do we have a second?
I have a second so that we can
Thank you.
just do that.
I just did that we as a council, I'm reading the motion, we voted to start the budget with 3.2% COLA in there, and regardless of conversations had between there, I think we should start the budget with it in there as we voted on. I'm looking at the meeting minutes. It was in the motion. July 7th.
And I'm just conveying my understanding to my peers here is that I agree with what Laura is saying. I think the question on the table was, you know, how do we set it up so it's designed to be smart and accomplishes the objectives that we're trying to do? Because, you know, there's a challenge right now, and I think that's what we need to understand, that we're comfortable with the approach that's going to be used to spend that money so that it achieves the objectives that we're looking for. I guess I'll just quickly express that I'm going to have a built-in bias for something that is skewed towards the performance side and targets, if we need to make market adjustments, targets those key positions, but then try to look for smart ways to reward performance to achieve the objectives of that program.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, so besides the principle of the matter, I'm actually in favor of adding the 3.2% COLA. I was before, I still am. I don't think whether you perform well or not, inflation hits you regardless. So I do think we need to keep the 2.5% merit, always, right? But this is beyond the control of an employee. So, and I'm looking at the other cities, the information provided to us by the city manager, and if you look at all the cities, they in some way, if you add it all up, between merit and cost of living, between mid-year and 2023 fiscal year, it's all around 7%. So 3.2 plus 3.2, we're right there in the middle by doing this. So I went through every single line and I went through every single one, and if you add them all up, if we do this, we're on line with all the other cities. They may have broken it out differently, merit this and one time here, but if you went and added them all up, most of them are right around that amount. And so it doesn't happen very often, but this is a really big inflation year. And if maybe you don't want to do it the same percentage for every salary bracket, that's discussion, but that's not what we voted on in July.
Any other comments?
So, as most know, I voted no in the last meeting we were here. And some of the concerns that I have are, I don't prefer or think that it should be the 6.4 across the board for everybody. I think 3.2 I'm fine with across the board for everybody, but I think the people that need it and the ones it should be targeted to. So I'm not opposed to giving a target base for those that need it. I also look at it from a citizen standpoint, and I did some research outside of cities, but that we are then shifting this inflation burden to the citizens to pay, being most of them are not receiving 6.4% in bonuses and or merit increases. And so I have a concern, I would say, with that. I know one of the major companies, USAA, has decided to give $1,000 flat to employees under a certain amount, kind of like what I'm suggesting. And then for those that are over a certain amount, they get nothing. So, I mean, they get their merit, but nothing else. So I would be in favor of leaving it how we have it, 3.2, and addressing something for a certain percentage of employees that we're trying to target to help that are filling this inflation more.
Go ahead, Emily.
I agree with Chesley, but I also agree with Laura that from a starting point, if we voted to have it in to start, then I guess we should have it in to start. But we can always adjust it. Am I right? We can still adjust it one way or the other. So I think that's what you were saying, Laura.
Exactly. So
Okay.
let's just put it back in, and then we could say, okay, let's
then-
revise it.
Right.
It's the principal thing, sorry.
I'll take ownership for having the COLA removed. And it wasn't that we weren't going to consider the COLA, but it just created confusion in how each of the divisions' budgets were laid out. And so I talked to Tobin about it, and I said, just to make it clear, if we could consider each of the budgets without the COLA, and then we go back and consider the COLA, then we could reapply it to the budgets as we go in, whatever we approve as part of COLA.
I was just going to comment, because I think everything I've heard, makes sense. And I think it'd be very hard for us as a council to design how to administer this. So the way I've seen this done is, the thing is to create the bucket to work with. And I kind of that's what I hear from you, Laura, and what I hear from Chesley and Emily is let's find the smartest way to do this. And I think we'd be hard pressed to do that design work here. So a path might be is to create that bucket, the 3.2% bucket, with the charge to staff to come to us with the design for, our consent on how they think the best way to administer. Because I think what they're all trying to do is say we've got employees that are challenged. That's creating recruitment and retention issues and morale issues. They're the ones that are closest to the ground on what those issues are, and I think we should give them some room to do the design work.
I actually agree with him, and that's how we do it where I work, with a bucket of money, and, the managers go off and determine how to split it up. Because again, I don't know the maintenance guy and how, what his situation is, or, the executive level people, I don't know their situation, so I kind of like that idea.
Go ahead.
I absolutely agree. I mean, we're actually, I don't even know if we are voting to approve a COLA. We're voting to approve adding 3.2% to personnel salaries to their budget, we're not dictating how it gets put in the paycheck. That's not in the budget, right? We're just adding money to a budget line item that can be allocated as staff. Because we don't vote on their salaries. We just put budget in their
True.
salary line.
But I believe you guys were just blanketing 3.2, everybody got a 3.2. That's how y'all were going to handle it, is that correct, Tobin?
That's how we were budgeting it. It didn't.
That's how it was budgeted. If you recall back, I wasn't at the meeting, but on July 7th, we gave several options. One was all in and then some tiered structures as well. So we do have some of that information that we could go back and create or reevaluate.
But to follow up on that, we don't dictate to you how you implement a budget line item for salary. You decide people's salary and how payment goes to them. We just give you the budget.
Not from a cost of living standpoint, no ma'am. That would need to come from you guys as a policy. Y'all have adopted a compensation plan that has the pay scales and the pay grades and
Okay.
the steps. And I can work within those relative to the qualifications of the individual I'm hiring, but y'all set the policy for cost of living.
And
or
do we
market.
need to revise that policy? Did we set the policy?
You usually do it as part of the budget process. I had recommended that you do it across the board, so if y'all want us to do something by design that's different, we'll certainly bring that back to you, and then if that's what y'all approve, that's what we'll put into the budget. As you recall, I believe it was pay grade 27 is what we were saying should have the higher tiered or the higher cost of living versus everybody above pay grade 27. But I think we're also sometimes mixing living wage and cost of living, right? These are really two different conversations that are merging here. And so that's what we're looking from a policy directive from council. How do you want us to handle that?
So, Tobin, if I understand, you're saying that the idea that we create, for purposes of the budget, create this bucket of money for you to come back to us with a detailed plan on how you do it. 'Cause, that's one of the reasons why I kind of was trying to, work around the COLA term, because I see more what it is we've got pieces of it that are market adjustment and, we have other ways that we probably need to look at. I see it more of a, performance management kind of an issue. And so what I'm challenged to know is what do we need to approve tonight that we can move forward without having to go through a backup generator plant? No, I don't. Without be able to move forward in the budget without having to do the detailed design work first.
What I'm hearing, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, if you're telling me to propose a budget with a 3.2% in there, that's going to give us the general number, right? And so we're going to know how that impacts the tax rate depending on what you guys add or remove later. And then we'll come back at the next meeting with a design of how that 3.2% gets tallied out at the different pay grades.
Sorry to kind of harp on this COLA thing. I really need to get clarification on that. So when and the July 7th meeting, this was a motion that was made, was to approve option 3 as the current fiscal year's cost of living adjustment. 3.2% COLA to be provided effective July 4th for all positions, July 4th, 2022. 3.2% COLA to be provided to all employees during the first pay period of the new fiscal year in October 2022. And then also a merit increase to provide an eligible employee's first pay period of new fiscal year. So that was us setting our COLA policy for this fiscal year, upcoming fiscal year, correct?
Yes, if that's what you continue to fund in the budget. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we set that policy. We should budget for that policy, but then if we decide to change our policy through either budgets or whatever, we can do that.
Very easy to put the 3.2% back in there and spread it across the board evenly to all employees. If you want me to come up with a design, that's what I need to know tonight. Original budget that was proposed was based off that motion that you just read, Ms. Kerner.
Right, but then the motion we see here isn't.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's why I made the motion, was because we set policy, that that's our policy, so we should probably budget for that. And then if we want to change our policy and change how we do it, we should do that. But we can't do that motion today because it's not on the agenda, but.
Leslie, you raised your hand
Chesley had her
earlier.
hand raised.
Go ahead,
Well,
Chesley.
I was wondering if we figure out whatever the 3.2% is, a round number. I'm just throw out 200,000. I don't know what it is.
176 or something total, so it's in your packet. It's
Yeah.
136 to the general fund
136.
and like 46 to
Yeah.
the utility fund.
136, 190.
Yeah, it's right here, yeah.
Yeah, so if we do that and approve that money, then we can come up, or we have to give it evenly to everybody? Or we can come up with another way of doing it? I guess that's my question. I felt like when we had that motion, you know, Emily actually asked the question of, so we could change this in the budget, and everybody said yes.
Right.
And so I think,
It's difficult for me to say that you established policy on July the 7th because your policy from a fiduciary standpoint is when you vote on the budget. So yes, you gave us policy direction to go ahead and put 3.2% in there. It was originally in there. Due to significant feedback, I took it out. If you want me to put it back in, I'll be happy to do that, and we can also come up with the rate design of how that gets disseminated. But I would need to know that direct. That's what I'm looking for tonight. How do you want me to handle the COLAs? Put it back in lump sum and come back to you with a tiered system?
Yes.
Or just leave it across the board?
I would be in favor of a tier system.
Same.
So right now, we have a motion on the table, and I believe, Laura, your motion was to approve adding the 3.2% COLA back into the budget.
Adding the budget for it into the budget, yes. Adding the 136,000, I'm not changing
The
any
budget in the
policy.
budget.
I'm just adding the money back into
Budget
the
in the
budget
business.
that was removed, the 136,192, which was budgeted for the COLA.
Okay.
So regardless of how we end up implementing it, the money has to be in there to give it out,
But
right?
so your motion, but with direction to come back with the implementation plan.
We would have to, I mean, in my opinion, well, yes, but that's not my motion. We could always give an action item to add another item to the agenda at another time. But I do agree with you. We voted to have a certain policy. If we want to do a different policy, I think we should vote on it at a different meeting, but yes.
So I think I agree with you that the simplest thing is to just, so did we already get a second? I think I already
You
seconded your
seconded me,
motion. so
yes,
we've
we're-
had the
that's why we're
discussion.
talking about it,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
So based on this, do we need an amendment that specifies?
No.
Okay. So with this, we'll add a block for COLA of $136,000 and $136,190 back to the budget
General fund.
Back
to be
to-
used for COLA that will be determined at a later date of how it'll be distributed.
Then we need to do the utility piece as well.
What?
Another
We need to do the enterprise
46,000 or
fund
whatever
as
for the
well.
utility fund for the splits.
There's another
And
46,000.
my motion was just to add it back into the budget, so it wasn't as specific
So
as
it was
that.
inclusive
just
of
said
both the
add it
general
back
fund
into the budget.
and enterprise.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
So rather than the amount,
Second.
can we just say add the COLA back, the 3.2% COLA back to the general fund and enterprise?
but I do think that we should add an agenda item to the next meeting to come back to discuss how, if we want to revise how we distribute that COLA. Right now, it's just this 3.2% to all employees. Sounds like people want to.
Yep, I agree with that.
Okay. Any other discussion, questions? Any questions or discussion from anybody here tonight? Okay.
confused.
With that, then we'll go ahead and vote on the motion, which is to approve the 3.2% COLA back into the budget. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion is approved.
Can I ask a question?
Ma'am.
So for everything we want to remove or put into this budget that we're going to discuss tonight, are we going to need a motion? Holy smokes. Okay.
You could combine. You can combine. Or we could just talk about it. But
I don't know that we'd need a motion on, so if we're reviewing this and we have recommendations and determination, I don't know that we'd need a motion on every item as we go through the division budget to determine.
Dan, can you weigh in on that for us, please?
he was trying not to talk. You could tell. He didn't even have it on his head.
Green light?
Uh-huh, we
Good.
can hear you.
So, this is entirely up to you. Procedurally, it's up to the council how you want to do this, but this is not the final budget. So I think the staff is simply trying to give consensus direction on what you want in or out. If you want to vote on every single line item, you can. That would be somewhat unusual from what I see elsewhere. I think through your discussion, I think probably you gathered consensus, but I'm not sure if you want to vote on this or not. I don't think it's necessary.
Thank you.
I do think it brings clarity if it's going to be contentious.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Wanted to make sure if I'm supposed to do that for everyone, because that's going to be a while.
With that, how about if we move to the mayor and council budget, which is on page 61. And from council, are there any questions or concerns with this budget?
I just have a question. Are we not planning on trapping hogs again? We do it with Forha. I mean, in the past, we have partnered with Forha, so I'm just making sure that it's coming out, but we're not having an issue, or we don't plan to do that again?
Where was that
We're going to have an
normally?
issue or not, but we did remove it from the budget and figured it's such a small amount that if we need to move forward with that, we can, find some underrun somewhere and come back to council and amend the budget.
Anything else? All right, with that, we'll move on to the city admin budget. It's on page 63. And any questions or comments on this budget?
I have a weird question. What is uniforms for? Is that just polos and stuff like that?
Yes, ma'am. So there's a standard allowance for all employees, and we get to order a couple shirts. Kind of depends on which shirt you order each year, if you can get one or two, but that's what that is. Fair Oaks Ranch branded shirts for employees.
Everybody good? All right, we'll move on to the city secretary budget. It's on page 65. Tobin, I just had a quick question on for you or Amanda. Under services, we talk about RCI and Municode services operational. And we had an increase to the budget with that. Is that related to the council packets and opens the board?
Correct. And Scott can answer. The majority of that is the Municode software that we're using and the annual licensing.
The RCI portion is for records management. That's a company that comes in and essentially catalogs our records, destroys those that are past the retention date, audits them each year, and provides that service for us.
And we just saw an increase in the budget from that and Municode?
Yeah, that's a new item for having a complete audit of our records is $2,500, I think, and then destruction of old records, which is long overdue.
It's a
Thank
lot
you.
of catch-up work, is the way I understood it.
Anything else? Move on to the HR and communications, which is on page 67.
I had a question. I was trying to ask Joanna earlier, but the public relations section had the fireworks in there. And then we canceled it, so I'm just trying to understand, Scott, like what happened with the, hold on.
Sure.
So we had 38, 450. Did we say the fireworks were how much? I'm just trying to understand what's going on with that and why
So the
if we
fi-
canceled it, why it's still in there and why the draft for next year is that much higher.
Yeah, the budget is for specifically the July 4th event next year. We did put a $5,000 increase into that budget, assuming the costs are going to go up. We were really close this year. So that is simply a $5,000 increase over the current budget for the July 4th event. Now, for the event that did not occur this year, we have a credit for half of that amount that we can use, but we have to use it before July 4th. So if the city wanted to hold an event on, I'm picking dates, but a New Year's Eve celebration or something to that effect, we have that credit to use. If we did something like that, that may require some supplemental funds that are not in this budget right now. But what's in the budget itself is for next year's July 4th event.
Okay, so credit for half of the amount of what? The total
Of
cost?
of the canceled event. So we had a
Which was what? What do you know the dollar amount? I'm just
15-ish, that might be a little high.
15 grand?
So Councilmember Bliss, those funds that go unused, that event that was canceled, those go into the unallocated surplus, that $3 million that's projected for the end.
So you left it in the projected because we might, see, where I'm trying to wrap my head
Yeah,
around is
yeah.
you left it in the projected ending for 2021-22 because you suspect you're going to have
Yeah,
the
the
event.
projections were as of June, because as we talked about in that time,
Oh.
we use second quarter as a basis for the budget. So when you actually see the third quarter report at the next meeting, that projection will change.
So this will go down
Correct.
based off, but it will only go down by part. So the part that we put the deposit down for it will stay in the projected?
Yes.
Okay, and then the other amount will come out and it's somewhere around 15K?
Yeah, I can get that for you, but yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Yes, that makes sense. Okay.
But then the amount that's down there, 43,450 for the budget of this year, is an amount for fireworks next July 4th.
Sorry, I have to catch up to that amount.
Sorry.
That's what he's saying. That's what I heard him say. I don't know if that's what he meant.
So it's $35,000 for the fireworks, and then there's $8,000 for half of the State of the City event as well.
Got it.
Thank you, Scott. Any other questions? All right, we'll move on to the finance budget, which is on page 69.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
The increase in the salaries, the 52K from last year to this year, that can't be just the COLA and the merit, right?
But it's,
Because you didn't include the COLA in the proposed
but
budget.
that's
so
the COLA that's applied for this year that affects.
Yeah, but
that's
it
the
went up.
budget delta.
Projected for this year to draft for 2020-23 went up 52, but the note says
That because we don't have a finance director at this time.
Okay.
Oh, from projected, yes, I'm
Got
sorry.
it.
Yes, that's salary savings from the current year.
I forgot about that little fact.
Anybody else? Okay, we'll move on to the IT budget. So it's on page 71.
I'm sorry, I have all the questions, I think. Where does it break out, or do you break out security and how that breaks out in your budget and what you spend on security-related stuff?
We do have a breakout for our cybersecurity items. I'd be hesitant to discuss all of those in open forum because that does have some exposure to the types of systems we use, but we do have that,
Okay, but you do break it out?
yes.
Okay.
Anybody else? Move on to the court budget, municipal court. It's on page 73.
I have a question on this one.
Go ahead.
We talked last meeting about the court security funds, and there's a line for court security. So what's that for? Because that's obviously not anywhere near the number we were talking about, and it's being removed.
Yeah, typically we have, notwithstanding the discussion last week, we've budgeted for specific items to come from that fund. Councilmember, you still have the option, like as you discussed, if you wanted to allocate the entire fund balance for the court security, you could. This budget obviously does not include that.
And then my other question is, do we have to have it in the budget? Because that's a separate pot of money, right? So technically, we don't even need it in here.
It's currently part of the general fund, but it's restricted, so the council, as discussed, could approve the entire amount, which gives staff, at least within the purchasing guidelines, carte blanche to expend that in conjunction with the judge and staff. Or you can bring back specific projects for future appropriation outside of the budget, so you can do it either way.
Okay, and so then what is this line here then? On page 73, where it remove one-time purchase.
1,500 is?
That's allocated each year for the bailiff services that we have for the court.
Okay,
That's just to cover using our police department, well, some officers for bailiff service.
gotcha.
And
So-
go ahead, Michelle.
So that 4,700, 1,500, that line item is to cover the cost of the police officer that's attending.
That serves the bailiff.
And they took it out of the court security fees.
Yes.
And let me ask a dumb question. I heard what Kim said last week, but I don't have it memorized. So as far as those court security things that you're allowed to spend that money on, is that an allowable, it sounds like it would be, but,
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
cool.
That's something we can use that for.
but we're removing it. Why?
No, it's not being removed. It's being kept on there. It's the 1,500. That's at the bottom of the draft.
Okay, yep, I see it.
Oh, Roy, did you have anything?
Well, I was just going to recollect that conversation, and hopefully I'm somewhat accurate, but I understood there was some potential for some facility modifications, but what was going to happen with that is there was going to be, some conferencing about what could be done. There needed to be some design work, and that we would approach that as a budget amendment if they decide to move forward on those changes.
I thought it was, we were gonna, or at least what I would like to do is just say the amount was 53,000 or 56,000, whatever it is. Approve that amount, do as you wish, and then whenever these bigger projects start, that's whenever they would come back to us.
Yep. Yeah, that's my question.
Right. I don't think it, I don't, I
Action
don't
is
think it
required
is.
at some point to appropriate it.
Okay.
So you can do it through the budget, or you can do it later as an amendment.
So if we need a motion or not, at this point, I don't have a clue. But if we do, I would like that added into the budget, the full amount for the court to be able to use for the things, not to exceed that amount. I don't want to add extra, but I think that she should be able to use the funds for the security without having to come back to us.
Agree.
Agree. And I thought we all agreed on that last meeting.
I did too.
Okay.
My understanding though, Scott, is we're doing a budget right now. And so if we put all 56,000 or whatever it was into this, then it's a budgeted item for her to use. Right now, we don't know the cost of the security updates that need to be made. And so that money was being held in a court security fund until that determination could be made, and then come back and then allocate it for this specific line item, plus any additional funding that may be needed from the general fund to support this.
No.
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 So this would act like any other appropriation we do through the budget. We just talked about the unallocated reserves that this budget would allocate for example, roadway projects, for the digitization project. You are appropriating use of reserves, or you would be through the budget, for those items. You're allocating an amount in those projects. In this case, if you want the court to proceed with selected security projects, you would add an appropriation to the budget by which the city manager, in collaboration with the judge, would execute projects.
I'm all
procure
for the
contracts, et
security
cetera.
update, so
Exactly.
it's not that, it's just trying to determine the process.
Yeah, they
Because
put the
here
whole
it's
thing.
for a specific line item, there's been identified projects. There were projects, but I'm not sure that it was,
But we do
Where we
this
come-
with road maintenance. We give $1 million, and they come back and say, these are the projects
Good
we
point.
expect to do for road maintenance.
Right.
And we pick what fits within the budget and decide if we need to add more. I mean, we do that for.
Right. Right.
The only thing I do want to remind y'all of that is just that since it's a restricted fund, there's only certain things that it can be used for.
Right, of course.
So if it's, I mean, of course, it's up to y'all if you guys want to allocate the full amount in there. But if you guys want to keep maybe involved in what specifically it's being used
Well, we have
for,
to.
I don't know how that would work as far as completely allocating all of it.
So,
Right. It's, but to be clear, this doesn't have to be in this budget because it's coming from a restricted fund, from fees that are collected, not from taxes.
I'm just going to say, in my own, I think that all roads lead to Rome. And if there's a commitment from the council and the court and working together with city staff that, we can move forward on these projects. I just think we don't have like a specific thing. So I guess I'm kind of ambivalent about whether it's in this budget or we understand it's going to come back as a specific proposal later. I don't think there's going to be any problem getting an authority to move forward once we have something to look at. Or we can put it in now and as a bucket and allocate it to a project later.
Emily.
So now-
Laura has her.
So now I'm confused. So if we allocate it now, we put $56,000 in there, we're basically saying, Judge, we're allowing you to spend up to $56,000 of your restricted fund on projects. Come back to us and let us know what you're going to spend. If we don't do that today, and she comes back and says, hey, I need $15,000 to do X, Y, and Z, would we have to do a budget amendment and a resolution? Yes, we would. So why don't
It'd
we
be
just
more
put all the
work.
money in the budget now and then just do the resolutions when they come through?
Sounds,
But why would we need a budget amendment? Because it's not part of the budget. Am I right?
You would need a budget amendment to make it part of the budget. So if you
Right.
don't put it in the budget and adopt it, if you would have to come back and add it to the budget later through an amendment.
You get to
It doesn't matter which funds it's coming from, it has to
Yeah,
be in the budget.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
going to come back to y'all regardless,
it's how we expend the funds.
because it depends on what the projects are, it depends on how we have to, the procurement process, bidding, not bidding. And so
Right.
what we're currently doing, with the direction that we received from council previously, is we understand how much money's in that unallocated, or that secured fund. And so we are in the process of getting quotes for the projects that the judge has asked us to take a look at. We're going to figure out, do we have to bid those out, or can we do them independently? But when we go to spend that money and hire those services, that will come back to council. You have to approve. The judge doesn't have any authority to spend that money. The judge has authority to make recommendations of how that money gets spent. It requires city council action.
but I think what Laura's trying to point out is that if we put it in the budget now, it's going to make it faster later when she comes back. We don't have
Right.
to also amend the budget. I think, that's what I thought I hear.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
It'll speed things up later on. That's,
Yes,
Just like we do for anything else.
yes.
Right? And but it wouldn't affect the tax rate, though, because you would just show a transfer from the fund
That's
to
my
cover
whole-
that.
That's my whole point, is it's not going to affect the bottom line.
It kind of acts
No,
like the
no.
revenue.
They'll add a line that say transfer money to cover that.
Right.
yeah.
That's exactly right.
So, with all that said, I say give it all.
Understood. We'll populate.
So back to
populate that line
Chesley's
item.
question, do we need a motion on that? Okay,
No, because apparently my motion was out of order, reading the agenda item. This was only supposed to be for discussion. So,
Not consideration.
so I call myself out.
Point of order there, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you.
Next.
All the other ones say consideration and possible action. This one just says discussion. Believe it or not.
All right, anything else on municipal court? Move on to public safety. On page 75.
I have one quick question.
Good.
At one point in time, we were talking about having some money somewhere for getting body cam equipment. Do we know?
Yes, ma'am. The body cams were subject to our internal storage availability. Through this past year, we were able to, one of the budget items is to move all of our current watch guard videos from our patrol vehicles over to the cloud, free up some of that server space there, and then next year propose the addition of the
Okay.
body cameras, which will automatically upload to the cloud. But we needed to free up some of the internal server space we had, working with Brian to do that.
Okay, so it's still in the pipeline.
So Chief, I don't know why my eyes are just getting old. Can't spot your security or your surveillance equipment that you're,
It's not in these details. It's an item that's under
Oh, okay.
consideration. The 31,000's in here, all right?
It's in the last item under furniture, fixtures, equipment, and vehicles. Is that right?
Where is it?
where do you look for?
Down 76.
Ah, okay.
149, 950.
Ah,
Chief, what is the addition of that equipment and what capabilities will it provide y'all?
SAP.
Numerous. I'm going to default to Lieutenant Ojeda to give you the background on that.
Good evening, council. Your question again, sir?
So there was a line item for mobile surveillance search and rescue system equipment?
Yes, sir. It's called the PhotoKite. It is a tethered drone that can be deployed up to 150 feet straight in the air and allows us to get a view other than what we can see in different areas, such as the horse trails, but we can use it also for multiple uses, for building codes, engineering, if they need to look at something at a altitude, in other words, in order to figure out exactly what is needed. We've had instances of actual people going to the horse trails and not being able to come out, having to go search for children that have gone into the area of Kingland, down in the wooded areas, where someone trying to walk back there, if anybody has tried to walk back there, grass is up to your chest. And being able to deploy that, you can actually get a wide range of up to almost 200 feet circular.
And
Yes.
Lieutenant, you said that did have infrared
That is correct, sir. Yes, sir.
capability. And I guess some of the other features that were explained to me is that it does not require the operator to go to any like pilot type training or anything, that the licensing of it is much more simple than if you were to do the same task with a drone.
Yes, sir, and that's correct. And what it allows us is, let's say Julio needs to use it to look at a piping that's in the ground or something. We can actually go deploy it for him. He can monitor it from a distance. We can use it for multiple uses, special events such as the fireworks that we're talking about earlier, events for human resources, for recruiting, multiple different types and multiple uses from different departments can actually utilize this. And for the infrared, sir, yes, sir, it has white infrared, dark, which is black, and then also color. This device also records, so you can record, and it can be deployed in a 110 outlet, and they've left this thing up for 44 days straight without anybody having to man it.
How hard is it to put up and take down?
It'll take roughly about 60 to 90 seconds to go up. You can also adjust it by the control panel of how high you want it to go, up to 150 feet. And you can leave it at a certain distance. It does a 360, so you can take a video of pretty much everything in a circle.
It's cool. That's my input. It's cool.
And it's in the budget already, right? In this budget?
It's in here, yes.
Because I saw that as being added.
Is that it?
Yep.
All right, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions on public safety? We'll move on to the Maintenance Division in Public Works, page 77.
So I had a question on the HVAC engineering study and repair for 30,000. Curiosity question, is that, do we know the, I guess, breakup between what part of that's the repair and what part of that's the engineering, and/or would we be better off just replacing, et cetera?
So right now, we're in the assessment phase. We're working with one of our engineering consultants to get that assessment done this year. And based on that report, we'll determine what type of repairs were needed or what further study will needed. But we're expecting ballpark figure about 30,000 next year.
So the 30,000 is for a study or for the actual repair?
It could be either, following the the initial assessment.
So just for clarify, I understand that relates to this building, kind of some design flaws from the original construction
That
of the
is correct.
HVAC system.
That is correct.
Yeah,
Quite a
so,
few issues
so
with
we're
this
having
building.
moisture issues, condensation issues. We've had 2 offices flood multiple times here in this building, and so we have a current assessment going on right now that we're funding with the current budget, $7,000 and some change, to do the high-level assessment. This $30,000 is another high-level assessment. We hope that we can do all the repairs, but we may have to also go through some MEP engineering based off what the proposed solutions are. So we just don't know yet. So it's why it's worded the way it is. But Councilman Elizondo's absolutely correct. It's to repair some of the design flaws that are not under warranty.
I mean, my main question was just wanting to have it done, but should we just fix it and be done with it? So this is how we do that, basically.
Trying to figure out what the real problem is. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? We'll move on to Building Codes Department, page 79.
I had a question on that one.
Good.
The on-call building inspector, is that an hourly type thing, or we're hiring them, or we're using them when we need them? I know we were saying that the guy was overwhelmed.
Yes, not an hourly, but by per inspection contract. So it's either $100 or $200 based on the type of inspection they do in support of us.
Okay, so we call them out when we need them, essentially, but we're
Correct.
planning on using our people for the most part, and then when you need help, you'll call them out. Okay.
Yes. So just recently, our building official went to the boat conference for a week. We only had Scott working inspection, so we had to bring one of the contract inspectors in to help supplement that.
Any other questions? We'll move on to the engineering and planning, 81.
I have a question on this one.
Go ahead, Emily.
We removed a gene allowance.
Is it for a person or a thing?
Right, what is that?
It was a part of a uniform allowance. We kind of changed up our uniforms a little bit to be more cohesive, and so it didn't make sense that one FTE had a gene allowance versus the other ones not, so.
Okay, for $100, I thought, why are we taking it out?
So most of the employees are under the Cintas contract, and so everybody else was using that, and so it didn't make sense to have the gene allowance, and so they're under the Cintas uniform.
Okay, so the person who was getting the gene allowance is now under the other, got it, okay.
It's not named Jean. Jean was the company, right?
No.
No, it was actual pants.
They
were out in the
field.
field.
Capital, so that's why I
Yeah,
thought it was like a
uniform service
company.
instead of
No,
having
they
a-
were out.
They
in-
actually knocked her off and hit her body.
They were out in the field a lot, and so their jeans were getting really tore up when they were out there.
Okay,
So.
okay. It's just capitalized. I thought it was a company or a person. I'm like, what? Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
It was one of those military acronyms.
Thank you.
Yeah, it could be an acronym too. I mean, I don't know.
It's a really cool brand.
Any other
Buddy?
questions?
I had a question about the city planner. It says added scope to city planner. Is the change from the adopted to projected on that one, it's 40K different? Is that because of the UDC?
No, there's other projects that are coming in, such as the comprehensive plan update. So there's a few other ones that are coming through. So, and those are being allocated for, as well as additional projections for public hearings and things of that nature.
That,
Just wondering if that's enough, I guess, if we are at 250 now.
I'm asking the same question, council member. We are right on the borderline of, you know, using the planning consultant to supplement urban planning services with the development applications we're having coming in, the reviews of the comp plan, the UDC. We're going to try and make it through one more year with this enhancement before we propose another FTE. But I think we're coming to the point of city planning services coming in-house in the future.
Yeah. We're not ready to do that, is what you're saying.
I think we're going to try and survive one more year
Okay.
with this enhancement. It's still cheaper. And we're getting good services.
Okay. Well, that completes all the divisions budget. We have the non-departmental and shared budget. Page 83.
Got it. Grant, I don't know if it's a grant question, maybe it's finance, but just a generic question. Is there a reason why when we did hog trapping, that it was under the council budget and not under the non-departmental shared budget? I'm just curious. I mean, why?
We're not taking it personally.
Not a specific reason, other than my understanding, this was a council initiative several years ago. I don't know if any funds were ever actually expended on that, but it was put in there because it's some council in the past had identified that as a issue.
Originally, it was part of the, one of the Wildlife Education Committee initiatives, and, that committee had a couple of council members on it, and it was important, so we had it in the mayor and council budget, and I think 2 years ago it got pulled out, and y'all told us to put it somewhere else, but we didn't even do any hog trapping this past year.
Yeah, because the committees are paid for out of this non-departmental shared budget. But I just thought it was funny when I saw it in the budget that hog trapping was under the mayor's budget.
The committees are actually under the mayor and council department. The committees.
The hogs? Or, no?
No,
No, I'm sorry.
All the separate committees, like the Wildlife Education Committee.
I'm just passing on the information from her.
All, the committees are under the mayor budget, the mayor and council budget. So the WEC committee, they have funds budgeted under mayor and council.
Oh, because I see them under the non-departmental one as well. Is that different?
So there shouldn't be a budget there.
There
maybe
isn't.
Just that line item.
Yeah.
We have a consistent chart of accounts, so we have the same account numbers for every department, just for our consistency.
Oh,
and
okay,
chart
so
of
it's just an
accounts.
administrative thing?
Yeah.
Okay, that is my question. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? And really, that completes the review of the maintenance and operations portions for the day-to-day operations of the city for next year. So what it really leaves us with then is the strategic action plan budget, where we have several items that have already been allocated funding, and then we have several items that are recommended for it that have not been allocated for funding. And that starts on page 85. With several of the projects, and if you look at the far right-hand column, you'll see 2023 draft, and then if you go down that column, those were the items that have been, funding has currently been allocated to support these projects, or recommended as part of this budget for those projects. And it really starts on with the Post Oak Trail widening, which was the HSIP project that we approved with TxDOT. Detail Corn reconstruction and Almond Road reconstruction. And my understanding, these are both designs, not the actual reconstruction. This would be the design for future work to be conducted. Is that?
Design work for rebuilding them in the exact alignment that they're in. Is that correct, Grant?
That's correct, and it's the first phase of design. There'll be 2 phases of design.
Is this only for our portion, I'm assuming, of the streets? Have we talked to and collaborated with the Kendall County side to see, or do we need to if we're going to reconstruct that road, and they decide not to do theirs? Is that going to be an issue?
Are you talking about the Almond Road reconstruction, ma'am?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir, sorry.
The far right-hand side toward Ralph Fair Road, that's maintained by the county. So yes, we would coordinate with them. That last, I don't know, 50 yards or something before you reach Ralph Fair Road, we'd coordinate with them to see if we can make a.
Yeah, the
Both
answer
sides.
is we always try.
Okay.
The challenge is our counties don't have master thoroughfare plans. Our counties don't always have CIPs that align. That's part of that whole intergovernmental cooperation process that this region is really starting to understand.
Well, and that's kind of why I asked the question of, can we reconstruct this street without them doing their portion, I guess is a better way to ask that.
Yes. And we'll have more details on that once we get through the design phase, but the answer is yes.
Yes, yes, and the intent of the project is to reconstruct it and simply add wider shoulders for safety, not to add any additional lanes.
So it's not its identical construction then?
It may look different, and it may, you know, if y'all decided to, let's say, do a 3-lane road, it would taper down to 2 lanes back to wherever they're at. They're not gonna, the lanes will still match up and they'll still be able to traverse it safely, but it may be a different section aesthetically and functionally.
See that all the time, right? Driving down the road and you're like, oh, now we're in the county. And now we're in the
City of
city.
Fair Oaks Ranch maintenance ends.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And you're like, and then.
And Graham, what's the Detail Corn sidewalk? Is that the area right out here or down at Van Rob?
Yes, sir, closer to Van Rob, that's to help close the sidewalk gap between the Vantage and the Elkhorn Ridge crosswalk.
Oh, yeah, the sidewalk to nowhere.
Right, so
Yes.
we are working with both developers to see if they can cost share this project, and we're hoping that this portion here budgeted would help complete that stretch.
Then the Battle and 10 sidewalk, that's the damaged portion of it to repair it?
Yes, both the concrete riprap and the slopes and the sidewalk and the handrail, yes.
We have projects that we have designed and yet have not yet constructed or budgeted to do construction on.
So there's a few drainage projects that we are in design right now. Those include the Rolling Acres Trail low water crossing, the Silver Spur low water crossing, and Tivoli Way. The plan, if this budget is approved, is to complete the design next fiscal year along with the construction.
I think my concern is here, just for my fellow council members, is that we're adding more design and spending a good chunk of money that I would like to see possibly move forward to be able to fund the construction that we're currently designing. Are we designing too much and then not going to have, I mean, we're using a large portion of our funds to be able to do the actual construction on the ones we're designing. So I have a concern with that.
So along with that, so Grant, when we talk about the Rolling Acres Trail and its drainage, and right now we're looking at allocating $606,000 to it. So that would finish the design and the projected construction costs to correct that drainage area?
Correct. Now, I don't know the construction, what bids are going to come in at. It might be above or below that budgeted amount, but yes, the plan is to complete the design and the construction with that $606,000.
And for the 4 items that we're looking at funding, those are all the same? The finish out design, Silver Spur, Tivoli Way, and Turf Paradise?
Yes, sir.
Finish out
At least
the-
to complete, in regards to Turf Paradise, at least to complete the first phase of construction on that one. There may be some follow-on design work and construction. And there's a piece that's budgeted for the following fiscal year 24. But this would complete the first piece of that.
And I also think the Battle Intense sidewalk, it says that it's both design and construction, right?
Yes.
So the sidewalk and then 3 drainage projects will be done, not just designed next year.
Correct.
That help?
I think it leads me back to my first question, kind of. So what will we have left that is designed but not construction funded? That was my original question.
I think your question is, are there any projects on the shelf that are already designed that we haven't started
Or
construction
that,
on?
or that we're finishing designing this and not having the funds to construct it?
Got it.
So is that answer none? And then my concern goes away?
Not in the general fund.
But in the SAP.
You know, in the enterprise fund potentially.
Enterprise fund.
So we have the adopted 5-year CIPs that have all the projects, and so we're moving forward with the design as many of those as we can, and construction as many of those as we can. As we've previously discussed, the plan is to work with council this year to decide if you want to shape and frame a bond initiative for potentially November of '23, which would fund the majority of those construction. We're trying to do everything we can right now just with the surplus without issuing debt.
That was basically my question, was I didn't want to use the surplus on only design and then have to issue more debt versus just getting it all.
Yeah, I agree totally. I think you're absolutely correct. We need to start turning some dirt on a few of these projects and show where the money's being spent.
And then as part of the items that were identified for funding also includes the fire services program review, which is, I believe that's the update from continuing from the failed attempt we had earlier.
Be the
this year.
restart, yes, sir.
We're just adding, are we, that's just addition or that's the total amount? Because we had some left over, right? From what we didn't spend.
Yes. So we didn't expend all of it when we terminated the contract, and so we're proposing, I think I asked staff to just add 10% to the cost from last year, which is the $18,000. And again, we'll have to go through the professional service program and work out the scope that council will have an opportunity to review.
And then the last item on that list is the third-party scanning, and I believe that's from our city secretary's office. This was the, I don't know, maybe Amanda or Tobin could explain it, what it is they're trying to accomplish.
It's part of the archiving, Scott can answer too, it's part of the records retention program and archiving all of our historical documents, plus everything moving forward.
Right, so this is, again, part of the digitization project that Christina presented at the last meeting. So this would, over time, digitally archive all of our records. The first step of that is to get our existing records into the system. This would fund a third party to come in and scan all of our existing records that should be archived into the system to kick off that digitization effort. It's a one-time expense to convert our current records.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yep.
A couple of questions. Are all of these projects on here the ones that are proposed, the list in the middle, are all these on our, like, list of projects that we had? Every single one of them?
Our list on, I guess,
Except for the change to the fire study, yes.
So I think is your question, Michelle, because they're categorized by which strategic action plan category we approved it under.
Right.
So those are the projects that were in our strategic plan.
Okay. I just don't remember a couple of them. And then the other question I had was, and I hate to, I almost don't even want to open this can of worms, but the city civic center, like, I feel like the last update that we had was, I think, right before I got on council. And the costs of that had gone up tremendously because of construction, and then we told city to go ahead and do the renovation and fix the dilapidated building that we had. And then,
I tell you what, would you mind holding that question for just a second?
Sure.
Because, now Scott, so all of the projects that we've reviewed so far are included as part of the proposed budget going forward. And right now, that gets us with estimated revenues, which includes the estimated tax rate of 0.329. We can fund these current projects, but nothing else.
Yeah, these current projects, they're on this SAP Strategic Projects Fund list, would all come from our unallocated fund balance. And if we did all of these things with that fund balance, we'd be left with, I think my slide said like $437,000 or something like that in unallocated fund balance using these numbers at the end of fiscal year '23.
Okay.
But that money can also be used for the civic center, or no?
Yes.
It can.
Yes.
The 437, and did that 437 include the COLA that we just?
No.
It
No,
did not. So that's another 136.
But that would be under operating budget. That would be different.
So,
I'm looking at this slide. There's like 3 buckets. Like there's this, and that.
Right.
Yeah.
So our tax rate, in theory, now that we have added back in the COLA of 3.2, is going to change from what you told us, 32 point whatever. If we leave everything in the project, in the general fund projects
Right.
as is, I'm not talking these.
all else equal would be about a quarter cent with the COLA.
I think that's what she was asking.
Well, it's getting to, right, and so that it is getting to a bottom line. And so now we have a list of other projects. One of those is the Civic Center for consideration, but these projects have not been identified for funding.
Yep.
And so it would either be reviewing of other projects that have been identified for funding or increasing the tax rate so that we could fund them.
So we're talking about slide 49 now, right? Where it says items for discussion, general fund and SAP?
Yes.
Is that what we're talking about? And so I see 3 different buckets. I see $83,000 available in operating budget, which may not be available anymore because we use that portion of that and probably more for the 3.2%. Then the unallocated general fund surplus, that we could use potentially for the Civic Center, right? And then the SAP surplus, which you're proposing we use for the fuel station, if we use it. It could be used for the fuel station.
That's correct.
Okay.
But any of the SAP that are on the already in the budget approved project lists, if we so choose, could come out to fund the Civic Center.
That's true. We could
Yes.
fund another project and
Yes.
have more money available.
That's kind
yeah.
of where I'm at for some of it.
But we're assuming that the entire cost of that $1 million would be 100% out of the general fund without going back to the MDD and asking if they can increase the grant to cover some of it, right? We would,
So from a conceptual perspective, what we did is we adjusted the estimate, which is the 2 million. That's going to slide based off the scope and size of the building. And the $1 million is under the assumption that we're going to go back to the MDD and ask for at least 1 million, right? Because they have agreed to fund 600,000. So we would be asking them for an additional 400,000 in this conceptual scenario. And then the city would fund $1 million of it.
okay. But there's a potential that you could ask for more than that.
Yes, ma'am.
And so it wouldn't cost $1 million out of general fund. I mean,
Trying to keep the numbers a little easier to follow.
okay, got it. So there's an assumption with that $1 million that includes going back to the MDD and getting 400 more. But that assumption can be even more benefit if we go back and ask for more than 400, potentially. Okay, got it.
And then the other items that are listed on this is page 49. It has the recodification for Municode, but that was actually included as part of the budget, I believe. Nope.
Yeah, I thought we saw.
Yeah, so
There was-
this recodification is something that we've been
That's-
needing to do for years, but I've asked Christina to put it on hold until we get through the UDC process. But we anticipate that the UDC and the amendments will make it through council by the end of this coming fiscal year. And if that happens, we do need to recodify.
Okay, then the other items are the addition of a fuel station, a new mower for Public Works, a dump trailer to be used by Public Works, a man lift for Public Works in the Civic Center.
And under court security, as y'all previously discussed, we have, approximately $58,000 in that court security fund. So any bricks and mortar or anything over and above that is unfunded at this point.
Which we don't know enough yet to, okay.
And I guess moving forward, so at some point, we need to review these SAP projects. This is something that, now, Tobin's going to have to submit to the city secretary on Tuesday next week, the proposed budget. It's just a requirement. It doesn't establish the budget. We establish it when we line out the items and approve it. Y'all need time to think about this and take a look at some of the SAP projects and then come back and we discuss it at a future time? Or are y'all ready to go through it tonight and we make a decision on it? Go.
But just keep in mind that $83,000 that's here is not there anymore, because we used it already, and plus some.
Yeah, well, trying to do the math in my head, maybe $54,000 is.
It's right in there, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that we have to supplement that 83 with.
But I think we talked about it earlier, so they could, there are items that are within the budget that could be moved to the SAP so that, I don't know how to manage it, so that right now we had a firm item of what we're looking at as far as SAP that we could work with to determine what we wanted to fund, and if there was anything beyond that, really was an increase to the tax rate.
Yes.
So even though we talked about the 136,000 to support COLA could go in there, we had one-time purchases such as the camera and surveillance system, which could be moved to SAP to balance those out, correct?
You could do that, yes.
Well, bottom line, let's just go through the SAP
Oh, so-
projects and
So now we're looking at 48 and 49 together, right? Is that what you're saying? Because they kind of go hand in hand? Okay. Cool.
And to start off, I mean, Chesley's comments to me were on track. I think we've had a good year this year of getting some things done. We did the design work on the stormwater projects, 4 or 5 of them. And this year, we're looking at funding to finish the design and the actual completion of those projects. One of those projects was actually our #1 stormwater project that we've identified as a safety issue. And I would be for going forward with all 4 of these projects for completion.
Oh, yeah, me too. Those are the first 4 you're talking about, Greg?
It's the drainage of Rolling Acres, the drainage of Silver Spur, the drainage of Tivoli Way, and then I think Grant mentioned it was the stage 1 for Turf Paradise.
What bottom 4? So I'm looking, I'm trying to follow you, Greg. So I'm on page 48. So you're saying the first line, which includes all 3 of those projects?
All 4.
All 4 of those projects. Okay, got it. So we're saying, I mean, basically, I think we're all in agreement that that's at the top of the list for a reason.
My entire career on city council has been waiting for these
Me
projects
too.
to turn
We've
dirt.
been talking about fixing these drainage problems the entire time I've been on here. I'm so excited.
The next,
To Chesley's point.
the next item is the Post Oak Trail widening. That's our HSIP program.
That's almost a must-pay.
Mm-hmm. We're in contract,
We're
We're in
right?
a contract with those guys, so.
That's right here.
Okay.
That's the one we have a joint agreement with TxDOT. So we're committed on that one.
The roadways CIP.
Question on that, on page 48, it's showing 706,983, and on the page over here, it's 764,983? Or no? Oh, because that included the,
Fire station.
yeah, but it's still more than 18.
Yeah, and the line item on page 48 that says roadways CIP, I believe includes Eats Elkhorn reconstruction design, the Ammon Road reconstruction design, the Dietz Elkhorn sidewalk, and the Battle Intent sidewalk. All four make up that $706,983.
Correct.
I'll go on a limb and say, you know, I'm questioning the Ammon Road reconstruction design, partially because we're not really sure what's going to happen there. And I feel like we could use that larger amount of funds for something else. And so I'm questioning that.
And then on the Dietz Elkhorn reconstruction design, was that just for the eastern portion here between the Parkway and Ralph Fair?
And that could also include the possibility of us needing to do the stoplight, correct? Or not so much? Is that the one we were talking about, adding the
Flashers.
the flashers by the school? Or
Oh,
not a
yes.
stoplight, but the flashy things?
Right, but we're already adding that's a different topic, right?
Well, we talked about the possibility of combining it, or not so much?
What I heard y'all say is if we're gonna, when we do the design for that, we'll evaluate the overhead, that option 3 that we passed on, right, for the Chartwell
Oh, you
intersection.
evaluated.
Yeah. And just as a reminder, these roadway projects that are identified were the ones that were council evaluated during the CIP from a criticality standpoint. These are the roads that cannot, from our pavement index perspective, cannot be repaired with any more slurry seal or chip seal. They're going to require full grade reconstruction.
And so just to expand on that point, Tobin, so when we talk about the Ammon Road design, that's looking like, I guess, at the time we go and do the remediation of that road, we were also going to look at making the shoulder improvements at the same time. Is that what that work's about?
This work is just to do the design, to
On how
create
to
the
get that
construction
road
plans
up
for
to
what
a
that road is
standard.
going to be, yes.
So this doesn't have to do with like, you know, a major change in the road. It's just to try to get the road up to standard and the design effort to get ready
Correct.
to do that.
The design to reconstruct the road in its current configuration. Now, if y'all want to widen it and put sidewalks in or put the drainage underground, right? Those are all different issues that come up during the design process.
Put gold leaf.
So you don't mean on that one, Tobin, straightening it like we were talking about as part of like that other project or anything?
No, the only thing that I would say that we should take a look at is the softening of that northern corner with how that property may or may not develop in the future, that southwest corner. But again, that's all can be addressed and discussed during the design process.
So are you, Chesley, proposing, or you're questioning whether we should even start design on that?
I think, not on again.
I can hear.
Am I on? Okay. I can't hear myself. I was hearing myself earlier. I think for me, I kind of already mentioned this, and we are doing a lot of projects in the construction side of it, so I'm glad we're turning dirt. I think I'm just thinking there's other things. I mean, there were the DARP streets is what I'm assuming we're talking about. So we had the Dietz, Ammon, Rolling Acres, and Post Oak Trail, which we're doing part of Post Oak Trail, I think, with the fund. So I guess if that street is going to be, with the development going in there, I'm trying to not get myself in trouble here, the development that might possibly be going in there, if we're going to be dealing with that road at some point and or being able to cost share, et cetera, in the DARP streets, would we be better off putting that money somewhere else, Rolling Acres or wherever? So I guess why did we choose Ammon specifically? I think that's, if that makes sense, that's what I'm questioning.
Because of the condition report?
Well, they're all is pretty bad in the DARP side.
DARP?
Right, condition-wise, Dietz and Ammon were the worst shape, and they were expected to be in a failed state in the next by the end of the 5 years. The other two, Rolling Acres and Post Oak, were a little better condition than the other two. That's why they were planned farther toward the back end of our 5-year CIP.
Even though, because it's for both of these, Dietz and for Ammon Road, all we're doing is we're repairing the road in its current configuration, or maybe softening the curve.
Clear, we're talking about design work. There's no construction associated with these numbers.
That's what I'm trying to get
build
to.
these roads is millions of dollars. Almond Road is probably in excess of $5 million to rebuild it the way it looks today. And so those construction dollars would be something council would need to consider in the bond program.
And if
Right,
I
so
I'm sorry.
Yeah, this design, even though it's a reconstruction of the road in its current configuration, we see a design for that requirement still in the $300,000
Yes,
range.
so you have to redesign the drainage, the subgrade. It's a total reconstruction. So yes, it's a full-blown civil engineering project.
And Tobin, to make sure I understood an earlier point you made, this is in preparation because this is likely something that we may have to consider financing, but possibly making part of a bond program or that kind of thing to be able to actually do the construction part.
Yeah, in today's dollars, the construction of each of those roads is in excess of, I mean, Ahmed's close, pushing 5 million, and I would imagine Dietz is pushing 3 million. Just for the reaches that are defined in the CIP.
And for awareness, for such large projects like this, normally the design phase is spread over 2 years. So this is funding the first piece of that design.
Well, I'm just going to comment. I think, it's important for us to stay on track with this program. It troubles me when you push off these things in maintenance because then you get to a point where you're forced to move fast and that gets more expensive. So I would favor staying on track with it and proceeding with the design work on Almond and Dietz.
Just from additional food for thought perspective, as y'all deliberate and try and make the best informed decision you can. If we move forward with design, these are large sums of money, as we all recognize. But I would encourage y'all to think about, the commitment to go ahead and build them. It's not worth just designing and putting those designs on the shelf and then they expire and they're no good in 2 or 3 years. So by moving forward with these, I think we're also saying that we're willing to move forward with building them sooner than later.
And then of the funded strategic action plan projects, we also have the third-party scanning for the city secretary. I believe the fire utilization study was also included in there.
Isn't that the next one? The fire utilization study?
It is.
So all of those are not funded from the operating budget, so that we have that surplus in there, right? So that's not going to change the tax rate because we already have the surplus
Correct.
in there. It's just the first line that would affect it, unless we go over.
Well, even the stormwater project.
I mean, the first column, not the first line.
Right. So Scott, with these items included as part of our overall budget, we're roughly, we have the 400,000 left in strategic action plan or excess.
That's an unallocated reserve, so it's
Unallocated
left of our
reserve.
fund balance. So we'd be starting with approximately 3.8 million to start the year, including the current year. We would spend 3.4 million of that in these projects, round numbers. We'd be left with 400 or the 430, 437 or thereabouts.
Less
Okay.
than 137,000 for the COLA.
That's in the other column.
Yeah, and I think we're covered in that. But bottom line, we have 400,000 unallocated right now. And we have the fuel station, the mower, the dump trailer, the man lift, and the civic center all to consider. If we want to find any way ahead in these over next fiscal year.
Yes.
But we don't have any money for that, though, because the 83,000, we've already spent that on the COLA.
Yeah, I think we have, I think it's roughly 400,000 remaining in the unallocated reserve that could be utilized for these projects.
You could just slide those over to the right column
Right,
if you
just
so
move them
choose.
to the right, yeah.
So this is a question on some of this equipment, the grasshopper mower, dump trailer, man lift. Julio, can you tell us a little bit about what, are those replacement or new equipment that you need to carry forward?
The mower itself would be a new mower. We currently have two in the fleet. We had one in the equipment replacement fund that we purchased, and the older one was still in good shape, so we've kept it, and we've been using it because we didn't want to, ask for more equipment at the time. So we've been using it, and just recently when we took it in to get maintenance, parts were really hard to find. I mean, it sat in the shop probably about 6 months because they couldn't find a part for it. So that's why I'm bringing it to say, hey, we need to replace this mower now in order to continue the operations that we have. If not, we're going to be shorthanded on the mower. The dump trailer, so recently the legislation changed for CDL drivers. One of the changes was they have to go ahead and go to school now to get their CDL. Schooling alone for one employee is about $3,000. So rather than sending the guys all to get their CDL, we're kind of looking at, well, can we go ahead and do what we have to do with dump trailer rather than have dump trucks that require a CDL. So this year, we even looked at purchasing a different type of dump truck that wouldn't require guys to have a CDL. We may still require some of our guys, or maybe the ones that want to volunteer to go get it, but it's not something that we're really trying to push or force because it's going to get costly. I think just to get the guys I have now licensed would be about $20,000. So that's the reason why we were pushing for the dump trailer. That would be a new piece of equipment that we don't have. We don't have anything similar to that.
Julio,
Yes.
how often are we using a dump trailer? Would we use it? Is it an everyday equipment item?
The dump trailer would be probably used a lot more often than the dump trucks would be. So even some of the consideration is, could we get away from the dump trucks? And
No, no, I'm understanding. I'm just wondering if, at least short-term, if rental would be something that would be worthwhile
that could be something to
versus
consider.
purchase?
The purchase of the dump trailer was minimal. I mean, if I had to give something up, and just from talking with our guys, it would really be the man lift, because the man lift I could rent, and that's probably not gonna
Okay.
get used as much. The dump trailer would get used more. So, we've already looked at it and said, okay, hey, guys, if we have to give and take, what are we willing to
I
give
wish I
up?
had one
So-
for my place. I mean,
Yeah, yeah, so
they're
the
great
the
piece
the
of
man lift
equipment.
would be one that we'd say, hey, we can push off another year, but, the dump trailer and that would be something I'd say, hey, we can push those forward. I'd like to push those forward, and I can always rent a man lift, and we can use it, and we use it during Christmas time, and it's shared between PD and all of us, and it'd make it a lot easier for tree trimming and everything, but it is something that we can forego for another year and come back later on and say, okay, we want to ask for this, and push that forward, hopefully.
Wasn't the dump trailer also tied to the two-man crew that we were just brought on to
For
clean up the drainage?
Yeah, one of the restraints that I have right now is I don't have anybody on the maintenance side that has a CDL, so none of them can drive a dump truck. And with cleaning out drainage, you're gonna have debris that you gotta remove. So part of that would be using that dump trailer to move debris and dirt and stuff like that that needs to get from one place to another, so. Anything else? You have any other questions, or?
So what I heard you say is the man lift was not a huge requirement for you.
That would be something that if council, if we have to go ahead and push something off, I'm okay with saying, hey, let's push that off, and I can rent that for another year and come back.
So here's a question, because you're saying that you'll rent it, but, how much of your productivity is going to suffer from having to shuttle back and forth and rent equipment, return equipment, rent equipment, return equipment?
I think this year was the first year originally we had budgeted for, last year, it was a smaller unit we looked at. After looking at it and renting one this year, we realized, hey, we do need a bigger unit to accomplish what we need to get done between, what we do with mowing or with tree trimming, as well as with decorations and stuff like that. I think we spent, it was like $7,000 on the rental alone. So, we can continue to rent it over the next couple of years. It's probably gonna eventually
I
add up
mean,
to that
like,
40.
How frequently do you use it, and how much, like,
rented it
ahead, lead time do you need to know when you need to deploy it?
So usually as soon as we get it, it's busy. I mean, if we're not using it, then the officers are using it, our utility guys are using it. So lead time, I think we gotta usually give them a couple weeks advance notice to let them know we're gonna be picking it up, and we're gonna usually have it for about a month, maybe 2 months. And we try to get as much as we can within that 2-month rental, and then return it and, wait till the next year when we need it again and go pick it up at that point. Yes. Yeah, they do maintain it and operate, so I mean, it's on them to maintain it, but for those 2 months, we are responsible for it, and we, of course, get coverage on it and that, but, yeah, it would be something, I mean, we've had it in the budget the past couple of years. Last year was, we were under budget, so we said, let's just push it off, and we'll put it in this year's budget again. Ask for more funding now that we have an actual quote on what it would cost us, and we have the right unit that we would need. But, again, if I gotta pick between the three of them, the man lift would be the one that I would say, hey, we can push that off, and I can rent the unit, so.
And is the fuel station, is that Public Works or Public Safety?
So the fuel station would be serviced citywide. So a couple years ago, previous council, I presented, there isn't a whole lot of cost savings right now. We have Shell gas cards. They're utilized throughout the entire city, and we get some, I think we get some kind of discount off of it. And, the fuel station itself would be more of the convenience factor of having it on site. We did have, a couple years ago, we had those fuel issues where it's hard to get fuel. So, I mean, we had the cops, they were going and grabbing our fuel tanks that we use for our mowers, and, our guys were basically restricted to driving only to and from where they needed to go. I mean, at one point, we sent our guys out to go look for gas. We sent one truck out, and they found gas, and then everybody else went and got gas. So, it was not ending up in that situation again. That was the whole goal of having a fuel station, is being able to control our own fate. During the winter storm, that could have been another situation where if gas stations weren't open and didn't have power, we could have been in a bad situation. So it's really just being able to have that fuel station on site. Wouldn't save us a whole lot of money, in all honesty. I don't think we'd see much of a difference, but it's just the convenience of having it and the fact that we control that. We can get it fueled up and filled up right before storms or anything come. This way we can make sure we have what we need in the event of an emergency, so. But it would be for the entire city, so.
If you had to take these remaining projects, how would you prioritize them? It's really a council question. Do what?
The heat's on. Something's on fire.
Why would the heater come on? Can it be 78 degrees outside? Did it rain or something? It says it's 78 degrees outside.
Scott, so when we're going through this, we've made some adjustments to the initial part of the budget, adding the COLA and the court security fund and additions. I think we've gone through and basically looked at the items that are funded from the unallocated reserve. And then if we were to prioritize the remaining ones, could you take that information back and then come back to us at the future meeting and show us the impact that it would have on the tax rate?
Absolutely, yeah.
I think that would help us in making a decision on those that we want to consider and those that we don't. Does that make sense?
Yes, we can do that pretty easily, yes.
Are we just talking about the items on page 49?
We could consider both.
Consider, but what's the other?
48 and 49 if we think that's warranted.
So how are we handling the Civic Center? Would we just give whatever is remaining to that? We don't have that much money to put $1 million in.
Well, so just for clarification, the $1 million, there's already a 600,000 of that has a grant, no?
The total cost is over there in the left-hand column for $2 million. And so this conceptual idea is, visualizes that the city would cover $1 million and the MDD would cover $1 million. That's the $2 million. So you don't have to put it in there. The example is there's no funding for it as presented today. So if you wanted to fund it out of the general fund, that would impact the tax rate or how we're spending the $3.8 million of surplus.
Trying to think of a good way to put all this together so that we can have something to present it that we can make a decision off of.
Okay.
And we talked about it. It's really what's the tax impact, tax rate impact to fund these items. That's all we have left, correct?
Right, so in a nutshell, if I look at the items for under discussion, at least those in the operating budget, the 84,384 not funded, that's going to be roughly 0.4 cents on your tax levy. So 0.004 if you're adding it up from there, just as an example.
Can't we fund the COLA from the extra money left over from the operating budget?
Yes.
So right now, the budget has 574 before we do any funded items.
That's correct.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Well, and plus we also have unallocated general fund surplus. Can't we use that, not change the tax rate, and just use that to cover the COLA, and then just fund less extra projects?
One more time, I'm sorry.
Sorry. So you have 574,853, thank you, of operating budget that is yet to be allocated, right? I mean, right now you have it allocated to all these projects, but we could allocate some of that for COLA and pay for some of these other projects using the unallocated surplus, right?
Yes.
Yes, it would debit
Yeah.
out of that 437.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would do that with one-time projects, which most of these are, so
Right.
yes.
Right, and so we could fund everything we've talked about today without changing the tax rate, but that just means we have less for potential addition, like less on page 49 to work with.
Correct.
Right, so we could still fund everything that's on this page 48 and COLA and still have money left over. We'll just have less money left
You
over.
can spend down more unallocated surplus or unallocated fund balance, that's correct.
Right, and so we'll have less money left over to potentially do Civic Center or any of these grasshopper things and all this stuff, right? Okay. Yeah.
What's a grasshopper mower?
Yeah.
Full of them today.
Except I just want to qualify that with, if some of that equipment, and that's what I was trying to really drill down to later, if the equipment like the dump trailer that is going to be used as tools for the resources we hire to do the drainage maintenance, can't have employees that don't have tools, so we just got to be careful about where the cuts are. And Scott, you said something about you would apply if you were going to move unallocated general fund surplus to pay for some of these operating budget items, and that you would do that on one-time projects, but like some of the things are like new mechanic costs for 40. Is that something you call a one-time project?
Yeah, I would not recommend using surplus from that, for that item, because that would be an ongoing cost, and that's going to be
And then things like
operations.
that, you know, and I'm just looking at it from, you know, those kind of resources, you know, that one jumped out. I mean, I don't really see another one, although the on-call building inspector, like staff augmentation, stuff like that too, I would kind of
I
almost
think
call.
PC replacement is another
Yeah,
example
it's
that I
just-
would
it's
not.
by any other name, it's part of an FTE, you know, so.
How about if we take a look and we, on page 49, if we prioritize these items. And maybe we'll pull the Civic Center out of the priority until we can figure out where it falls in. But I think based on Roy's comments, I believe the dump trailer and the grasshopper mower, just on this list, should be 1 and 2. Comments?
I personally also, besides those two, I agree with the 1 and 2 on that. I like the idea of preparing for disasters and futures with the fuel station.
That's exactly what I was getting ready to add.
I really think that is on the important side, and when Julio brought up just recently the winter storm and not being able to travel and all that stuff, but they were here and needing to support the city. If we don't have that in the gas, I don't know. I think that should be number 3.
I agree with that. Is that something that most cities have? I think it,
Yeah.
What is the timing on that? If we add it to the budget for how quick could you get one of those available? Like,
We got a quote a little while back, so I mean, as soon as October rolls around, we'd be reaching out to the vendor and seeing how quickly we can get that installed and set up.
well, now, I mean, the Farmer's Almanac saying because we're so hot this summer, we're gonna have
Yes.
a really cold winter. I'm just really worried.
Yeah, that would be a go to get it in as quick as possible once it's approved. I mean, we had quotes this year for the budget, we just didn't have enough for it, so we pushed it back and we're requesting more money to fund it, so.
And we have a location for it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
It's going to be at the entrance of Deer Meadows.
Don't put it next to this heater because it might catch on fire.
All right, so the dump trailer, grasshopper mower, fuel station. How about Civic Center is number 4? Or the recodification of the Muni Code?
Yeah, to me, the Civic Center is just kind of like a whole another kind of item because it has to do with, you know, kind of the necessary facilities here. So those other things are tools, I think. To me, the Civic Center is categorically different. I think that we heard that the man lift is something that we can manage without this year. I know it's not the biggest line item on there, but.
And again, on the Civic Center, that's just to show conceptually. I don't think you need to make a decision to fund that now. If we continue to move forward with that project as being a priority, we're going to make another ask of the MDD. We'll need to spend some money on architectural and engineering, again, just to take another look at what y'all may want to do. And then we can always come back with a funding plan, whether you want to issue debt, short-term notes, or something in the future. Yeah, I wouldn't spend so much time trying to figure out how to come up with that $1 million tonight. Again,
Or
it's
it
just
could be-
conceptual.
Or it could be rolled over a year, so we could do like a portion of it in this year and then a portion of it next year.
That's correct.
So if my quick math, sorry, I mean, tell me how how close I got, is after all of this movement, we have about $354,017 left. And so if we allocate that to the Civic Center, it means we could do portion of it this year, and then we could allocate the rest in the following year, you know, and still start it. Because I mean, it's gonna, I mean, I can't imagine it's gonna take less than a year to do.
9 to 10 months, easy, just to get to bricks and mortar.
Right.
Well, I think what we decided then is items to be funded or included on the funded list then would be the dump trailer, the grasshopper mower, the fuel station, and if could be included, the recodification for Muni Code, and then
Well, then whatever's left, we could give to Civic Center and then get started on it and then time it so that the rest of the cost is in the following year.
right. So if we could add those in and then determine what the number we have left in the unallocated reserves is, possibly look at, is that something we could put towards the Civic Center?
We'll come back with that balance.
Yeah.
Call me if it's 354.17.
Probably.
I'm just
The
curious
answer is
now.
yes, you were correct.
Yeah.
All right, is there anything else we need on budget tonight?
Nothing from me, sir.
Yeah, I want to sleep on it.
You want to?
I want to
So
sleep
we're not
on
gonna,
it.
we're not gonna talk about the enterprise fund? We'll do that another night?
Your discretion. We do have another, to mix metaphors, unallocated meeting on September 1st, prior to the public hearing. So if you want to take the utility fund up, then that's an option.
Do we have time? In the requirements that we have to complete the budget, do we have time with the meetings that we've set out?
We would have to make the final decisions then in advance of the budget, or the first reading of the budget ordinance on September 15th.
Scott, just for clarification, the discussion of the enterprise fund is basically bounded by our understanding that the costs that are planned to occur in that fund are gonna be funded by the rates.
Yes.
And so it doesn't have any tax impact. So I don't really feel concerned about compressing that against our, budget approval, tax rate approval schedule.
Good
It's the
point.
Same way as the discussion we had tonight, so.
Is everybody okay if we delay this until the 1 September? Based on what you were saying, Scott, there's no impact on putting the entire budget together by doing that.
No, sir.
Okay. Let's do that.
Very good.
Had a pretty hefty meeting on budget tonight. We're close. So that includes all the consideration and discussion items that we had on the agenda for tonight. We'll move now to request and announcements. Does any council member have an announcement that they would like to make or a report? Tobin, anything that you have? And any requests by any council members on future agenda items that they'd like added to future council meetings?
Just wanted to reiterate the comment made earlier about adding the discussion on how to allocate the COLA. To the next, yeah. And we mentioned it earlier, but I'll mention it now.
Anybody else? Tobin, anything else that you needed to cover or as part of the meeting tonight? Okay. We will move into executive session tonight pursuant to Section 551.101 of the Open Meetings Act. The Texas Government Code, a quorum of the governing body hereby convenes into closed session under Section 551.074, which is personal matters, to perform the annual evaluation of the city manager. And Amanda, I have the time now is 10:07, and we are going into executive session. I know Karen did.
Do you mind just talking into your mic, Mayor? Make sure
Test, can you hear me okay? We're up. I have the time now is 11:57, and we are back in open session. During the time we were in executive session, we took no actions or made any decisions that needed to be considered in open session. Amanda, is there anything else that we need to do tonight?
No, sir.
Okay.